Pleasant morning to you and welcome to day 3, the Windward Islands Volcanoes against the Guyana Harpy Eagles in Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Tournament 2023. Well, the pictures on your screen will indicate to you that we're having a little bit of a delayed start, but the cover's being peeled off right now and the roller rolling away. If you look overhead, some clouds building up. It's been that situation all morning. It's been a cloudy morning, but no real threat of rain. Had some drizzles here and there, but nothing to really stop a prompt start. So we may have that prompt start eventually still because we still have 4 minutes to go. And if you look at the pictures on the hills, some nice pictures developing in behind us as the Darbo end, as the Darbo Hills you're seeing there. And it's kind of clear, but it's a cat and mouse situation at the moment. John Ramsing alongside the local man, Jason Skeet, with all the knowledge, especially with the weather. And Jason, some pictures there could be a bit encouraging.
Hi, morning, Johnny. Yes, could be very encouraging. Good morning to our friends around the region, around the world. A sun with some clouds with spotty showers, increasingly windy. That's basically the forecast ahead of us. We're going to max out about 30 degrees today. So yes, we're going to have some sunshine, some good weather for cricket, but look out for some interruptions, basically. That's the word coming in from our local weather center, really.
Well, that was the situation yesterday as well on day number 2. And a day, not only we had lots of rain, we have lots of wickets as well. 14 wickets on day number 2. And at the end of day number 2, halfway gone in terms of number of days in this match, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are ahead.
The Windward Islands Volcanoes are doing very well. They've particularly taken a liking to the session just after lunch. And no doubt they've continued to show some mettle in that particular session.
Umpires Gregory Brathwaite and his Barbadian counterpart, Jonathan Blades, are making their way into the middle. Soon we'll have the emergence of the Guyana Harpy Eagles players, followed no doubt by overnight batsmen Kavim Hodge and Sunil Ambrose. To remember, on day number 2, when stumps were drawn, 9 overs short of the day's play, the Volcanoes batting a second time, 48 for a loss of 2 wickets, 17 overs in their second innings completed. Hodge on 13, Ambrose on 18, a lead of 172 because they had dismissed Guyana Harpy Eagles in their first innings for 169 in reply to the 294 they made in the first innings. And as we speak there, Jason, it can be a cat and mouse situation because look, some dark clouds overhead now.
Yeah, and look forward for it because we can anticipate that throughout the rest of the day. As we speak, the covers are being, brought back onto the field again. So, yeah, as you rightfully say, good way to describe it, cat and mouse.
So the umpires, they're there, but they're assisting in getting the stumps out of the ground. And no doubt they'll supervise the covers being put firmly in place. And the other covers will come out as well. It means that we will definitely have a delayed start. Some drizzles we're seeing. And umpire Jonathan Blades, he used to play a lot of football, so he's running away perhaps in the corner.
What do you make of it? What kind of day would that be for cricket? And who do you think a situation like this would favour most today with all the interruptions and whatnot?
Well, definitely the batters would tend to lose a little bit of concentration, especially if they're in. But the bowling side will want to have conditions like these, like we saw yesterday, when the Volcanoes used the overhead conditions nicely to have the seamers work away at the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and they were bundled out very cheaply. It also means that whenever a batter is in and that break comes, we'll have to concentrate all over again, start all over again, and the bowlers can get that time to refresh themselves and come again. The bowling side wouldn't mind at all.
Based on the state of the game, do you think the Windwards should really try to do all in their power now within the first opportunity they get within the first session or so to really push forward and try to get a victory of some sort? Is that even possible?
Well, victory is possible, especially for the way the things are set up now for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, especially because they're 173 runs ahead. It means that with such a lead, they can press on maybe to get at least a 250 whenever time permits and back themselves to bowl out the Guyana Harpy Eagles on a third afternoon 4-day pitch, because we see the overhead conditions and we know from the forecast before it was going to be a big part of the match. So they really had to play with that in mind, and we saw it being affecting day number 2 and now start of day number 3. It can be a big factor, but the Volcanoes, they are ahead and they can control things.
All right, and rain has also affected the other games playing around the region as well, particularly at Coolidge between the Leewards and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They've been interrupted a whole lot. As a matter of fact, only one innings being really played there between the Leeward Islands and the TNT Red Force. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 368 for 8, and the Leeward Islands in some... They've got some concerns ahead of them.
Well, in fact, that game is being played at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground. Imran Khan, the former captain, he's moved from 67 overnight to 78. And the TNT Red Force moving from 368 overnight to 392 without further loss. Carry pairs with him on 22. So they're really trying to perhaps bat once. Looking at the number of days already gone in this game, it's day number 3. So the Red Force looking to bat once perhaps and have to go at the Hurricanes twice. The other match, we had some interruptions as well, and that game is at Coolidge between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Barbados Pride, the defending champions. You remember Jamaica Scorpions bowled out in their first innings on day number 1 very early and cheaply for 140. Stumps on day number 1 saw the Barbados Pride 89 for 2, and at the end of day number 2, the Barbados Pride bowled out for 215. Batting a second time, Jamaica Scorpions 6 without loss, and that game also going at a very fast rate despite rain.
Yeah, and some very good scores coming out of those two games because Shane Mosley, getting a good 82. That's the Barbados opener, getting a good 82 there, and Shane Dorridge, of course, another half century, and a half century to his name. He got 64, so very good there. And the Barbados bowlers, they too had a good day because bowling out Jamaica for 140. The wickets were shared basically evenly among Jordan, Springer, and Boyce, picking up 3 apiece.
And now we're seeing the first over is being bowled on day number 3 in that game, and Leroy Lugg has lost his middle stump to Hakeem Jordan. So Hakeem Jordan continues to have a good game there at Coolidge. It means that the Jamaica Scorpions losing their early wicket in their second innings. They're now 6 for 1. And that game running away at a very fast pace. The Jamaicans are running very quickly. Usain Bolt.
Yeah, Asafa Powell and Johan Blake. So they're no strangers to running. They would love to hold things down here in this, in the context of this game, really. And between the Leewards and the Red Force, Darren Bravo, congratulations to him. He picked up an even 100 in that game. Well supported by Yannick Karaya, 52, and Terence Hines, clean hitting Terence Hines, picking up 51. Imran Khan, coming back into the side there, and showed why he really and truly should have been in there in the first place, picking up 70, 77 or 78, something like that.
Yeah, last we checked was 78, not out and keep going.
Yeah,
well, it's rain here at Grenada in downtown St. George's. Not an encouraging sign for cricket. Cricket is not played in rain unless you're playing in the streets or on the beach. And we have lots of that in Grenada.
Of course. Wind ball cricket, always exciting. And rain really and truly never stops wind ball cricket, especially if wind ball cricket has been played on the beach, as you rightfully say. And we've got some beautiful beaches here in Grenada, world-renowned Grand Anse Beach. And when you get to Grand Anse Beach, you see just about everything being played there. Cricket, football, a bit of volleyball as well. Had the chance to visit Grand Anse Beach?
Yeah, just twice.
Really?
Yeah, just twice in 10 days.
Sacrilege.
Very. So the third umpire, the reserve umpire in this game, umpire Nigel Duguid from Guyana. He's on the field supervising the ground staff. It's encouraging because he's not using his umbrella. It means that it stopped raining here at the National Stadium. And any minute now we'll see the covers being taken off. And once that is done and the umpires are satisfied that the outfield is good enough to play, we will have play very soon.
Yeah, well, the operative word coming out of the weather forecast is spotty showers. So it would be very intermittent as we go through the day. So, a lot of interruptions very possible. Also, we're looking at a probable, 84% chance of rain as we go through the day. So some heavy clouds, as you say, which will obviously aid the bowlers. So it's going to be an exciting day for cricket, really.
Yeah.
On all levels.
So that is the situation here at the Grenada National Stadium. And when you think that the covers are being peeled off, umpire open his umbrella and the guys are going to bring on the covers to cover the run-up of the bowlers. So that is the latest position here at the Grenada National Stadium. Play has been delayed on day number 3, the start of day number 3 delayed by rain. At stumps, the Windward Islands Volcanoes batting a second time, 48 for 2 in their first innings, 294. And remember, the Harpy Eagles in their first innings, 169 all out. So at stumps on day number 2, the Volcanoes are ahead by 173 runs. No play on day number 3 as yet, so we'll have to take a break. And when we come back, we hope to bring you some live action. Please do join us then. Well, pleasant morning once again and welcome back to the Grenada National Stadium. As you can see on your pictures now, blue skies and some white clouds hovering overhead, but they are very high and of course not threatening at all. Dark clouds, they have disappeared, and we are ready to resume this battle between the host, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and the visiting Guyana Harpy Eagles. Well, it's not necessarily good hunting ground for the Harpy Eagles so far. The home team large and in charge here on day number 3. The first ball will be sent down this morning from Runsford Beaton, bowling from the River Road end, with the Windward Islands Volcanoes resuming their second innings, 48 for a loss of 2 in the 18th over of their second innings, enjoying a lead of 173 runs so far. John Ramsing is the name alongside Clyde John, and we begin the action this morning later than we had anticipated. 11:15 start instead of the 10 o'clock start. We've lost 1 hour and 50 minutes due to rain and a damp outfield, but we are ready. So Clyde, it could be, despite a late start, despite we will have to play some extra time this afternoon, we can still have a full day of action.
Yeah, once the weather conditions remain like this, we anticipate, getting a lot of overs in. Definitely the spinners would help, the over rate, and so we can get a lot of play today.
Do remember there's no Kimani Milius as yet for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. He suffered a groin strain and did not open the batting yesterday afternoon. The Windward Islands Volcanoes in their second innings started with Jelani Robinson, the set opener, and Kavim Hodge. Hodge is still there, and he's going to be joined by Sunil Ambrose this morning. Hodge on 13, Ambrose on 18. Jelani Robinson caught at the wicket off the bowling of Beaton yesterday, who continues to be very impressive upon his return to first-class cricket. Robinson went for 3, it was 6 for 1 in the 4th over. Atene is the captain, 100 in the first innings, did not settle in at all in the second innings. Caught at first slip by Leon Johnson, a very stiff catch of Niall Smith. It was 2 for 19. Atene is the captain, gone for 11. First ball of day number 3. Here is Beaton to Hodge. To Ambrose, in fact. The first run as well. Ambrose turns it off his hip, so extra bounce already this morning. Day 3, and the pitch continues to be a very good one. Had some rain this morning, Clyde, but now it's extremely hot, brilliant sunshine, perhaps the brightest we have seen in all 3 days.
Yeah, good sunshine. Definitely the players, I know they're happy to be out there. Beaton especially, took a little time, to get into his day, but it has eventually started.
And he's gone. Kavim Hodge, first ball on day number 3 for him, and he is gone. Caught at the wicket, a bramble, and not a simple catch for him. Kavim Hodge did not add to his overnight score of 13, and he's dismissed. Second ball of the day, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles very early into their work. It's Hodge caught behind for 13, 49 for 3. Volcanoes in their second innings.
Yeah, well, the Happy Eagles are really happy this morning because this is only the second delivery of the day, and they've struck. So definitely they will be happy to get such a start. Good delivery again. We continue to speak of how well Beaton is bowling, and especially bowling from that end where he started on the first day. So definitely something there for the Pacers. Doing really well is Beaton. Really good line and length consistently, and he's reaping some rewards.
So just the second ball into over number 1. You can have a look.
Pitching and straightening, just shifting away. Good seam position. Oh, beautiful delivery. That's a delivery that most fast bowlers would enjoy, John.
Yeah, look at the celebration as well. Look at what it meant to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The captain himself at first slip really celebrating in a grand way. And I'm sure that the Harpy Eagles now they've gotten one of the better batters of the Volcano side, they want to press home, get some wickets, and really turn this game on its head, really. But the Volcanoes, with this lead, 174, still in control.
They will want to make sure that they consolidate this position, definitely. Remain in control, not give any chances to the Happy Eagles. Happy Eagles will want to ensure that they keep this sort of pressure, because right now, they're pegging back the batting of the Windward Volcanoes, and so definitely they will want to keep that pressure on and see how quickly they can get them out.
Fresh off a 5-wicket haul, the new batsman is Justin Greaves. Oh, that's wayward down the leg side. Not what the doctor ordered at all for a new batsman. And just after bowling a pitch of a delivery, Beaton is wide of the mark down the leg side, giving the wicketkeeper extra work. And the fifth in the second innings for the Volcanoes on the board, 53 for 3. Poor delivery.
Yeah, very, very poor delivery there. Having a new batsman in, you want to attack him as much as possible. You want him to play at the deliveries as early as possible. You want to send him back to that hut, and that delivery did nothing but to give away some much needed runs for the Volcanoes, but some runs that the Guyana Harpy Eagles would not want to give up at this point in time.
Greaves short of runs this tournament so far. 5 in the first innings and 6 in the second innings against the Red Force. 21 against the Harpy Eagles here in this match in the first innings. So he's getting into his work slowly but surely. Had a 5 yesterday with the ball. Here he is, awaits Beaton again. He's off the mark, opens his account with what could be just a single. But he's running the first one very hard, coming back quickly. And a very poor piece of fielding. Did not attack the ball at all, Niall Smith. And then just lobbed the return to the keeper and allowed the second run to be taken very easily. Greaves opens his account with 2.
Good positive run in there by Greaves, putting Smith under some pressure. And Smith could not respond. So it means that Greaves definitely is out with a plan. He's not there to soak up anything. He will want to ensure that they press home this advantage.
That plan as clear as day, quick runs. So let's see. Driving, but off the toe end of the bat, the Q end of the bat, and it just goes along the ground to Johnson at first slip. So what is going to be a comfortable target, because you can see there's an intent to score very quickly.
Yeah, there is the intent to score, and one would imagine that Volcanoes will want to at least get close to 290, 280, 290 again. With the conditions, being the way it is, you have a level of uncertainty in terms of the weather. So
nice bounce and carry. What a way to end the over. An eventful first over, a wicket, 4 byes, and some good bounce and carry as well to end the over. The first of the morning, 55 for the loss of 3. The Volcanoes resuming their second innings, 48 for 2. Lost the early wicket.
And good. Again, we continue to mention how good Beaton is. Having resumed his career, he's really touching some good areas, asking a lot and lots of questions of the batsmen, and using his attributes to hide the pace, to good effect here on this wicket. A wicket where we've seen the live grass, has kept it lively, and it makes for good cricket.
We saw yesterday the seamers of the Volcanoes using the conditions, the hard track, the atmospheric conditions to get some away movement, some lateral movement. And they've done very well with the ball, with only Kenneth Demba. 1 wicket going to the spinners, 9 going to the seamers yesterday, including that 5 from Justin Greaves. So maybe with a little bit of clouds hanging overhead, the Guyana Harpy Eagle seamers will be licking their lips as well.
Yeah, they will. Although they have not really had good bowling partnerships, I think Smith, we've seen him struggling in quite a bit in his few spells that he had. One would hope that he will, get that rhythm that he so needs, and will, really assist Beaton in terms of keeping the pressure on the batsmen.
Niall Smith. That's a good confident drive, flowing cover drive, but it's half stopped by Pamal. Just a single. So Niall Smith coming from the Darbo end here at the National Stadium in Grenada. The other end is the River Road end, which is the south of the ground. So the familiar pair sharing the new ball, and now they're sharing the first set of overs this morning on day number 3. That was not a surprise at all.
No, definitely you will want them to share the new ball, especially the experience of Smith. He has been the leader of the Guyana pace attack for a while, beaten, just returning, joining him can add that bit of stability to the pace attack. So definitely the Happy Eagles will need him to come good. The lead keeps mounting. It is now 181. So they would need Nile to really get that sort of rhythm that they know that he has, and be penetrative to restrict the Volcanoes.
Other members of the commentary team today: former West Indies wicketkeeper batsman Junior Murray and Jason Skeet. You'll be hearing from them a bit later on. Then we're joined by former West Indies under 15 player Troy George. You'll be hearing from him for the first time in this match a bit later on as well. And I understand President of the Windward Islands Cricket Association, Dr. Kishore Shallow, is passing through. Miles Bascom, the technical director of the Windward Islands Cricket Association, as well, should be passing through. All compliments of the good host here in Grenada, President of the Grenada Cricket Association, Mr. Dwayne Gill. So we're in good company today, Clyde.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to have such traffic up here. We've been going for the last couple of days and doing well, and it will be nice to hear from persons like Miles and President Shallow. Especially the fact that Windward Volcanoes look to be a team that is on the move. So definitely we'd love to hear from them as to what has caused the turnaround, or how they intend to keep it going and so on. So yeah, it will be interesting.
And it's a timely return as well of first-class cricket, the regional first-class cricket here to Grenada. So I'm sure you want to hear of their plans as well in terms of moving cricket around the Windward Islands. For now is Niall Smith. Full delivery driven nicely but straight to the field at square leg. Chandrapal Hemraj quickly onto it.
Yeah, good shot there by Ambrose. Just getting that one straight, but if he could get it a little away. Oh, that was Graves. And if he could have just gotten it, a little bit in front of square there, he just might have gotten that gap, but instead it went straight to him. So he would want to make sure that he either play it a little earlier, getting, because as we keep saying, at this level, finding the gaps is very, very important.
Steady over from Niall Smith to end his first for the morning. 56 for 3. The Windward Islands Volcanoes leading by 181.
Yeah, good steady over. Seemed to be a lot better in terms of his run. His run up he looks a little more rhythmic. One would hope that he will continue in that vein as the day goes by. Volcanoes, they will want to make sure that they consolidate this position. These two batsmen, very, very experienced batsmen in Ambrose and Graves. Graves playing for his third franchise, so he's been around and knows how to handle himself. So the experience will count here now.
So Beaton will continue from the far end. And it's very brilliant, bright sunshine here now at the National Stadium. We had some clouds this morning, we had some drizzles, we had a damp spot. Here we are. Oh, peach of a delivery again. And there he is, squaring up Sunil Ambrose, the international batsman.
Yeah, again using that condition where that ball is getting that lateral movement after pitching, really, really impressive Beaton. We must continue to say how impressive he is, hitting some really good lengths. The batsman wants to play that he's drawing them into that shot and getting the edge ever so often. So kudos to him.
Just 2 slips now with Ambrose in strike, a gully and a guy at backward point right back on the boundary. And he flicks this one off his hips nicely. Runs for Ambrose, runs for the Volcanoes. Good work from Niall Smith. Caught in the tangle, but in the end he saved the boundary and limit the batters to just 2. Good work from the fielder.
Good commitment there by Smith. Not giving up. Reacting really quickly there. We look at it down the leg side. Easy flick for Ambrose. Went a bit straight. Good effort there. Diving, recognizing, and again, really good fielding there by Smith.
It's day number 3 as well, and the 2 other matches on in this second round. Those matches being played in Antigua and Barbuda. Again, nice delivery, short of a good length and moving away from Sunil Ambrose. Give the impression he was pulling the bat in line. Many will say he was beaten by beaten.
Yeah, I think he was beaten by beaten.
So some scores coming out of Antigua and Barbuda at Coolidge. Jamaica 140 in their first innings, remember that. Barbados in their first innings 215. And batting a second time, Jamaica Scorpions moments ago 47 for a loss of 6. It's all happening there at Coolidge. We'll give you an update with what's happening with the Red Force and the Hurricanes. They're at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground, also in Antigua and Barbuda. So the TNT Red Force, they've declared their first innings and now batting a first time. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they've lost 1 wicket, 13 for 1. Remember, 418 is what TNT made in their first innings, 418. 13 for 1, the Hurricanes. So lots of rain as well in Antigua and Barbuda. 2 other matches, they're badly affected. But some runs being scored at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground. And wickets galore at Coolidge.
Yeah, the conditions are, again, it seems like the cool conditions is helping the bowlers. Using the use of the atmospheric conditions seem to be affecting, the way the deliveries go through. We know right here in Grenada it does affect the conditions, does affect the play, and so it's good to see that Beaton, is able to use the conditions to his advantage and to the Happy Eagles' advantage.
End of Beaton's second over of the morning, 58 for the loss of 3. And the Volcanoes batting a second time, starting the day in 48 for the loss of 2. They've lost the early wicket, that of Kavim Hodge, and now Ambrose consolidating, and with him Justin Greaves, and they've pushed the lead so far to 183. More from you, Clyde, and then Jason Skeet on for the first time today.
Yes, good going there by the Happy Eagles. No doubt, they've come out with their tails up, having the early success, and so they would want to continue to press home that advantage. They would want to continue to bowl in these good areas that they've started with this morning, asking a lot of questions of the batsmen. So Jason, we had a stop-start morning. Finally plays on. Looking forward to how the day would pan out, looking at the plans and of the both teams as to their strategy in terms of how they will want the day to run. What do you think?
Well, strategy is going to play a significant role because everybody has a plan until you get your stumps knocked out or you get struck for 4. It's a good shot right there, just playing it within the gap, picking up a good single. Greaves looks as if he is a man meant for business this morning.
He will want to back up that 5-wicket haul with some runs. You saw John, backing up the 5-wicket haul with a 50 not out. So Greaves will want to put in that performance. After all, they are considered all-rounders, and so he definitely will want to have a good show today with the bat.
few moments ago. Good fielding on the boundary from Niall Smith. He has the ball now, getting ready to charge in from the Dabo end. I mean, he was very cognizant of his surroundings. You know, saved what would have been a sure boundary and did pretty well to keep it inside. Good delivery, just shaping away from Sunil Ambrose. Niall Smith himself had a shaky start with the ball for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but he has brought himself back pretty decently.
Yeah, his rhythm today seemed to be a lot better. He looks a lot smoother as he approaches the crease. I think for the first two spells that he had, there seemed to be a bit of, worry, if I may put it that way, as he approached the crease. But today he looks in really good rhythm, hitting some really good areas, getting that ball to lift at a nice, decent height to the keeper. And so he's hitting the deck quite hard. He looks to be in a lot better rhythm. Hopefully he can perform, to what we know he can. And I think all persons who have seen him over the years knows, the level of performance that he can put in. No, the approach of the Volcanoes batsmen, Jason, will be very important in terms of how they foresee the result of the game. I'm betting that they would want a victory in this game.
Flashing, sort of loose and wayward attempt there, really. No need to go after that. I mean, it was still a little bit too close for him, sort of cramped him just a little bit. He would have done better to just leave it alone and look more accomplished. But that brings the over to an end, 59 for 3 after 21 overs. Good start to the morning for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And Sunil Ambrose is on 22. Justin Greaves is there with him. He's on 3, just coming to the crease after the fall of the wicket. Very first over of the day's play this morning. And 59 for 3, the Windwards with a lead of 184 runs, a decent cushion, and no doubt they are fully intent on catching up and see how much runs they can put on the board this morning. And no doubt they would want to have a go at the Harpy Eagles probably before the end of the day, all things being equal and the weather permitting. He's been hitting some good spots. He has identified that particular area, and he's been coming in good. That's Ransford beaten. Good for him. He has brought himself back. It must be tough for any fast bowler to have to go through what he would have gone through. Being called for suspect action, getting the correction, coming back, doing all of that, and still finding himself in a position where he can contribute significantly to his country. He's into his 10th over. He's picked up 2 good wickets and for only 24 runs, so he's done pretty well.
Yeah, he's really hitting some good spots. As a coach, you would tell the youngsters, choose a spot and purchase it, to keep a bit of pressure. So he seemed to have purchased a spot out there on that wicket, just outside the batsman off stump and really putting some serious pressure on the batsmen of the Volcanoes. Something they would have to, try to get him off that area where he is right now.
This one a lot quicker, and quite sure Justin Greaves maybe would have wanted to just pick up the the speed of it just a little bit sooner, because it was pitched right up. Could have driven him all the way back for 4, really. But this one sort of hurried onto him a little bit more than usual.
Yeah, good Yorker length delivery. Graves just getting that bat down in time, looking to drive it, but it was, really heading towards the toes. And
well bowled there. It's a peach of a delivery.
yeah, we have to continue to sing that praises of how consistent Beaton has been, in that area just outside that off stump, getting that ball to move and shape away from the batsman. He's posing quite a bit of challenge to the Volcanoes batsmen.
Shouts of catch it, but just holding back the shot a little bit, and picked up an easy single.
Nikki coming. Yeah. Keep going.
Harpy Eagles trying desperately to boost themselves in the field. They would need it. I think the Windward Islands, however, would need it just a little more. They have been under a lot of pressure this morning. It's never an easy thing to lose a wicket first over in the day's play.
Yeah, losing wickets, especially so early in the innings, tends to put you back. You had a plan coming out for the first few overs, and that plan has to, ultimately change. The batsmen coming in now have to play a different role maybe to what was identified overnight, and so it poses, a bit of a challenge. It is up to the cricketers now, the professionalism of them to be able to respond, and that this is what is needed.
So 62 for 3. Sunil Ambrose 22, Justin Greaves 5. The Windward Islands really would love to get this win here, because it would put them in a very good position, even if it's just mentally. Of course, coming out of a situation where last season they went winless for the entire tournament. Second match of the season, it would be good for them to get a win. They picked up a draw already against the Red Force, Trinidad and Tobago, which ended last week right here at this very ground. Oh, it's loose and careless there, really, from Sunil Ambrose. He's been always looking to, cut that ball square of the wicket, when in truth and in fact there's so much protection outside there. Justin Greaves, he has always been trying to go square of the wicket when there's always that protection there being set up by the bowler. He would do very well to maybe just try to play a little straighter.
Yeah, definitely. I think he went a bit hard at it. Often you say when you're going out there, you go hard, but maybe if he really is intent on getting that gap, he needs to, really get closer to the ball, get on top of it, and make sure that he places it in the gap rather than just flashing at it.
Better delivery again this time. He's equal to the task. Justin Greaves always plays much better with the ball coming onto him and drifting down the leg side. Always has a better control with the ball just on his hip, really. And he got the sound of approval from his wicketkeeper and the slip cordon.
Yeah, it's good to see him. I'm beginning to enjoy seeing him now. He seems again, to be running in with a good rhythm, good purpose. definitely his tail is up. Having that good start, I think that has boosted the confidence of Smith. And so now he's into his work and really hitting some good areas, looking to ensure that the batsmen, are challenged.
Oh yes, oh yes. Patient, 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 boy.
No runs coming off this over yet. I'm quite sure Smith would be very cognizant of that. He would want to have a maiden under his belt. He has had no maidens yet in this spell in the second innings. So it's always encouraging when, as a fast bowler, you wind up with a maiden, especially at this level of the game. There's only one way to go from here, really, just one more hurdle. Tempting outside the off stump, lifting, and Justin Greaves watchful, as he should be. More watchful, I should say.
Definitely has to be watchful. You want to make sure that you select your deliveries. You want to, you don't want to play too rash. The partnership that is needed now will have to be a big one, and he would want to use all his experience, playing at this level to make sure that he gets the Volcanoes, into a much better position than they're in.
Playing square the wicket again, just understanding the pace of the delivery, holding back just a little bit. Would have seen that ball going through a point for 4, just holding it back a little bit, but he's not judging the pace of the ball just correctly yet for scoring. That brings up the end of the over. A maiden over, good over from Niall Smith. 62 for 3, the Windward Islands. They got the Harpy Eagles out for a modest total, you would say, and they've mounted a good score. 187 is the lead, and they are quite sure looking for something within the vicinity of about 200, 250. The sun is out. As you see, not too many heavy clouds, but directly over. But there is a bit of darkness approaching, because we are seeing some heavy clouds coming in more from the eastern side, and those clouds are always threatening. When you see them, something is about to happen, really. Good morning, Troy George. He has joined us for the first time. He's been the missing man. We've been expecting you since Wednesday.
Good morning to you, Skeet. Good morning to the viewers. It's a wonderful day for cricket, and wonderful to see the Volcanoes and the Happy Eagles locked in battle, and should be a very interesting counter.
So Ronsford beaten will continue from the River Road end. Quick judgment there from Sunil Ambrose on 22, probably showing no intention of just giving his hand away just yet.
Well, definitely not. I think that the Volcanoes would definitely look to Sunil Ambrose to bat as long as possible. He has made some adjustments in terms of the swinging deliveries that Beacon has been getting from the River end. So he has made some adjustments in his stance and the way he approaches.
Quicker delivery this time. So Ransford beaten, bowling pretty well. He's on a good rhythm here. He probably would just want to engage the batsman a little bit more, bring it just a little closer to the batsman, look for that corridor of uncertainty and engage the batsman just a little bit more. Sunil Ambrose loves to feel the ball coming onto the bat himself, and that could always lure him into doing something prematurely.
Oh yes, definitely.
A little bit closer this time. Gets the nod and the sounds of approval coming from the wicketkeeper, Bramble.
Yes, I think it's a very patient game. They're looking to, probably trap Sunil Ambrose into playing a loose shot just outside off stump. And I think skipper Johnson, a very creative skipper, has some ideas up his sleeve in terms of getting a wicket.
Johnson is at first slip, just waiting there. He's been very good, very agile. Some good agile feeling coming in from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, as Niall Smith doing some good work on the boundary earlier on this morning. Matthew Nandu, he was really good in the field yesterday, saving 4 runs a couple of times well, especially in the mid-off area. And Chandapal Hemorrhage, he too is very good in the field. Didn't see much of him really. So that brings up the end of the over. 62 for 3. Another maiden. Good work being done there by Ransford Beaton. You know Ransford Beaton, Troy. Do you know him at all?
Not personally, but I've heard and I've seen him. And it's good to see that he has overcome, all the hurdles and back where he wants to be for himself or for Guyana and for West Indies. He's a good talent, and he's showing it now. Just picking up 2 early wickets for his team, and is bowling in the areas that his captain has requested. I think him and Neil Smith will definitely be the go-to persons for Guyana on this sort of wicket, where they expected that pace would definitely have a say.
All right, what you're seeing now, good panoramic view of this wonderful neighborhood, the River Road area. The National Stadium has been bordered by River Road on one side and the Dabo Hills on the next side. The power station that supplies electricity for the country, and they're on the western side of the National Stadium. So it's always an engaging area, really. We've got one sort of a market area being set up at the car park at the National Stadium. I'm quite sure camera crew will get some of those pics for you throughout the course of the day, and that was set up there primarily because of the onslaught of COVID and people not being able to move as much. So some additions were made to accommodate the social distancing aspect. Good shot, great shot, fantastic shot, just right of that fielder, just in front of the bat, and good work there by Justin Greaves, picking up some easy runs, really.
Yes, wonderful shot by Justin, coming on the back foot, right in the bunks pretty nicely, and just stroking that one through cover for 2 easy singles. Smith is nagging at that off-stump line. I think he just moved a bit closer to the wide crease to get an angle from the breeze coming from the River Road end, just to angle that ball into the batsman, trying to restrict their shots play.
Better response from Niall Smith.
Yes, like I was saying, trying to get that angle into the batsman, trying to restrict them from, having that free flow to scoring fast, and trying to pity back on them, restricting them from scoring fast at the same time and trying to get a wicket. But so far, Niles have been bowling pretty well. I think his run-up is a lot better today, and he's in a nice groove. And I think that the Happy Eagles would certainly look to him to see if he can pick up another a wicket or so.
Fuller in length and exquisitely driven. There's a chase on, but the fielder will win. Another 2 runs to Justin Greaves, just right of cover again. So he's picking his spots really nicely. This is Justin Greaves. He's been picking his spots and sorting out the open areas, especially through the offside.
Oh yes, definitely. And I think on this wicket, it's very, very critical for the bowlers. You have limited room in terms of where you pitch the point of delivery, how you move your balls, and the field placement is key for the skipper. But Graves looks very, very comfortable, very relaxed, and was a brilliant shot through covers for 2. That's a good slower ball by Naz, using all his skill and technique, trying to lure Graves into a drive and hopefully to pick up another wicket. But definitely, like I said, this wicket is one that has to be patient, has to do a lot of skill. And I think how Johnson uses his bowlers would definitely see how much they can restrict the Volcanoes to the lowest total possible.
He's really milked that offside field. I mean, he has been masterful at picking up singles through the gaps on that offside field. That's Justin Greaves. Brings the over to an end, 66 for 3. Greaves moves on to 10, and Ambrose is there with him on 22. And the Windward Islands looking pretty good, 67 for 3, and mounting a good total here, really. 192 lead, and I'm quite sure eyeing somewhere around 250, maybe 280. We could possibly see them maybe inducing a declaration sometime during the second session.
Well, definitely, but I still think that the pitch is a good batting wicket. 290, close to 300, would definitely be at least my idea of a good declaration total, because the likes of Johnson, Bramble, and Hemorrhage, who has definitely proven on the second innings that he can get to a good total. So you would want the Volcanoes to bat as long as possible, but at the same time at a good rate, to give themselves a chance if they want to win and put themselves at the top of the table for this second round of matches. Definitely all the weight would be on Mr. Sunil Ambrose, who is the key batsman at the moment and test player. So definitely he would definitely want to have his say and get another half century or possibly get a century here today on this wonderful wicket.
Good shot this time, not picking out the gap, but picking out second slip and or third slip rather, or a kind of whitish third slip somewhere between third slip and gully. So very interesting field placing there. I'm quite sure Johnson understands that Beaton is running in, and Greaves himself has been sorting out the gaps. So it's a possibility that he might just be looking to induce an edge somewhere along the line. This time he's closer to the batsman, better delivery, a sort of a hesitancy from Justin Greaves, not showing if it's to go forward or come back. He's been halfway there, up inside the acreage of uncertainty, I like to call it.
Most definitely. And as you can see, Beacon ball into a 7-2 field, so skipper Johnson expects that line to be just outside off stump, trying to lure Graves into some shot, probably covers, and maybe just getting an edge and being caught in the back. But definitely Graves have done good so far in mitigating everything that has been thrown at him, and he's doing well. But it's good so far over the 2 days. I've been listening and watching, and it's been good to see the ground staff preparing a very good wicket. The field looks absolutely beautiful, and we've been getting good weather for good cricket.
This time he's driving again, but can't beat the offside field. Ball kind of rushed onto him, a little bit more pace being generated there by Ransford Beaton. He's done pretty well disguising the quicker ball. Most bowlers would disguise the slower ball, but Ransford Beaton has a way of disguising the quicker ball. He comes in very quickly, very businesslike, and then at the last moment there's one that he just puts a little bit more arm action into it, and it rushes onto the batsman in a quicker form. This one is shaping away again. Good delivery from Beaton, which brings up the over. The end is 67 for 3. Sunil Ambrose is there with Justin Greaves. He's on 22, and Greaves holds steady on 10. Another maiden over from Ransford Beaton.
Yeah, excellent from Ransford, doing what his captain has asked. Come out early, got the first wicket, nagging and improving length, giving the batsman something to think about. But so far, the batsmen have, settled, and I think they have definitely weathered some of the storm this morning, and they're looking set to probably get a big total on a very nice surface, fit for batting. And as we can see, Pramal, who's one of the key bowlers for the Happy Eagles, warming up to probably start his stench to see if he can make some inroads into the Volcanoes innings.
So a change of bowling from the Dabo end, where Sami Pramal will get into the action. Pramal has been pretty decent, bowled 3 overs for 9 runs, not in the wickets column just yet. He started off the first innings the same way, the Windward Islands innings. He was right there just nagging, no wickets, and then at the end of it all picked up 4 easy wickets, and the Windwards were restricted.
Oh yes, definitely, and that's what the Happy Eagles are known from. Pramal comes in, is a very attacking bowler, very conservative at times too, and they expect him to pick up wickets. He definitely would be one of the bowlers that they're looking for.
Well, as we say that, one thing they won't be looking for is that bit of sloppy fielding there, which cost a single, and then the rains have started again at the National Stadium here in Grenada. The umpires confer with each other from the distance, trying to make some assertion as to whether or not they would call it that. They may try to get through this over, depending on how heavy these rains will come. We're only just about halfway through this Pramal over, and the umpires just checking with each other constantly to see whether or not it makes sense. They're also looking to their left, which means to the eastern side from where we're at. The ground staff is already there waiting to be summoned. They're right there, and the umpires has called it, and they will leave the field again. And the weather report did in fact say that it is going to be spotty basically for the rest of the day. We're just about 5 minutes after 12 o'clock. Whether or not the umpires may call lunch, we would have to wait and see. That of course will be determined when we get the information from downstairs. But the covers have been rushed on, as you can see on your screen. Your screen also suggests that the rains are coming just a little bit heavier. So let's wait and see what will happen. 70 for 3. We're in the middle of a Versami Pramal over, his very first over for the morning. And the Windward Islands 195 runs ahead, and the rain is directly in front of us as well. And we're hoping that we might have some more play before the umpires decide to call lunch, but that of course would depend on what's before us. It's just bordering on 5 minutes after 12 o'clock. Troy George, what are your thoughts?
Yes, I don't think that it would rain for long. I think we lost 8 overs yesterday, so definitely 9. So definitely I think the umpires will try their best to get in as much overs as possible for today. Not good for the Volcanoes, who is in search for a victory. The Happy Eagles at the same time too, even though they have won their first game, would be sort of disappointed in terms of getting a momentum, getting a groove, bowling in the right areas, and trying to skittle the Volcanoes as cheaply as possible. Would be disappointed in terms of the disturbance in the weather, but that is nature, and such is the case here. But definitely, I think that the Happy Eagles would be pleased so far with their performance after a late start, picking up the early wicket of Hodge and trying to restrict the run flow of the Volcanoes.
Well, that's the story here at the National Stadium in the beautiful St. George's, Grenada. Always a beautiful outfield, as you can see. The envy of most Caribbean cricketing territories. But that, of course, brings us to this point where we've got to halt for a while, even from our broadcast booth. 70 for 3 are the Windward Islands batting in their second innings, trying to force an outright victory. And just as we speak, the weather forecast holds true to form. The cat and mouse game will always continue because, just to remind you again, our weather report, when we did check it out this morning, did in fact say that we will have some spotty conditions and the umpires are walking back out on the field, and they were only able to just get just the light cover to cover the wicket out, and the umpires are walking back out, which means we will have another few overs at least before the luncheon interval is induced. 70 for 3 are the Windward Islands. With me, Troy George, former West Indies under 15 cricketer. Troy, you played for the West Indies under 15 as a bowler. And my question is, with this kind of wicket here before you, some live grass rolled into it as well, always a good sight for the fast bowler, getting some lateral movement and some bounce as well. What would be your thinking on a wicket like this, given the condition of the game, if you're playing for the Guyana Harpy Eagles?
Well, definitely for the fast bowlers, there is something there, but the skill level would determine how much you put in on this wicket. If you put in, you bend your back, you should get some results, as I was proven from Graves and Beacon as well. So it would take some work from the fast bowlers, but your skill level in terms of how well you can swing the ball, with the help of the skipper in field placement, would definitely be a key factor in this game going forward.
All right. Well, the Guyana Harpy Eagles have taken back to the field. Not too much of a big break there for them. Maybe just about 2 or 3 minutes. The batsmen wouldn't mind that. They've not wind down just totally yet, so they would still be in some sort of groove. Sunil Ambrose is on 24. Justin Greaves joined him very early this morning. He's on 11, and he's been stroking the ball pretty well, sorting out the gaps, judging the pace of the ball pretty well, sorting out the gaps and picking up some easy singles, and I think that's what is required, especially at this stage of the game.
Yes, well, Sunil Ambrose is a very free-scoring batsman, and I've definitely shown that in the first game and in the first inning. So he would be someone that they're looking to always keep the score flowing. He's a very good player of spin, comfortable at the crease, and I think he would love himself on this wicket. I think if Shana Paul was here, he would probably say, it's a bakes for me, and you would love batting on a wicket like this.
All right, well, we will attempt to, weather permitting, finish this Versami Pramal first over. He's got 3 deliveries left. Good ball to resume, letting the batsman know that he has not lost a step really. He has a way of pushing through the faster one. Does give the ball a little bit of flight here and there. Just thinking he maybe should consider giving it a little more flight, just like he's done that one.
Yeah, it's a lot of work for the spinners. Pramal has been a good stalwart for the Happy Eagles, and they would turn to him definitely to try and make some inroads. But it's a lot of work for the spinners.
And a shout goes up half-heartedly, really, and that brings up the end of the over. The Windward Islands are 70 for 3, and some good cricketing action here at the National Stadium, been interrupted by rain intermittently, and that would bring John Ramsing into the chair. John Ramsing is visiting us from Guyana, enjoying the Spice Island, the scenery, the cuisine, and just about everything that beautiful Spice country has to offer. Hear him making some conversation about attempting to visit the underwater sculpture park before he departs. Hope he does in fact get the opportunity to do that. But we'll hear from Troy George, and then John Ramsing will take over from here and carry us through the next 30 minutes.
Definitely would be interesting encounter as we see another, probably a change of bowling, possibly Joseph coming from the River Road end. Bowled really well in the first inning, and like I said, I think the difference in the two teams would be how well the captains use their bowlers, and how well the seamers mitigate and use their skill to pick up wickets on this wicket. Thank you. Welcome, John.
Thank you very much. It will be Shamar Joseph for the first time in the Volcanoes' second innings. A little bit of a scare because of the light drizzle moments ago, but that has disappeared. We should go until 12:30. All things being equal today.
I think that would be great for cricket in terms of trying to get in the much needed overs and opportunity to get the game going and bypass the weather that has been hindering the flow of the cricket.
Joseph had 12 overs in the first innings, 1 for 47. Maybe a little bit of a nervous start to him. Short ball outside the off stump, and there we see Ambrose backing himself to pull from outside off. Got the on the edge, and it went down to the field at fine leg. And Ambrose ambling in. This time alert is Niall Smith, and sends a return to the bowler's end. Almost had Ambrose run out, but it's all part of the game. Very competitive. Windward's now in their second innings, 71 for 3. It means that the lead is extending almost to 200 runs. It's now 196. The Guyana Harpy Eagles will be watching at that lead very closely, literally like a hawk. Here is a beautiful shot from Justin Greaves. That is easy as you can get. A half volley. There he was, equal to the task, in position very early, and stroked it beautifully for 4.
Well, it's beautiful shot by Justin. Excellent, well batted, straight bat, well bent elbow, head forward, and just leaned into it and getting what is deserved into the shot, and 4 excellent runs pushes the Volcanoes to 75 for 3. Shamar needs to get his lines and lengths in good order quickly to help his team.
Greaves already with the first class century to his name. This time he goes through the slip, not the shot he was looking for. Look at the stay this one more square of the wicket, and this time it got the on the edge, and it went past the second slip fielder Tevin Imlach and down to third man for 4. So consecutive boundaries to him, and Joseph expensive in his first over.
Yes, expensive in his first over, but he shouldn't be too deterred at this time. It's expected that on this wicket you may go for some, but it is proven that even you do go for some, bowling in the right areas would eventually get you a wicket. So if he continues to probably just have some confidence, bowl in the right areas, pick his spots and get some confidence, probably another 2 balls or so, put himself in a good position, peg back the batsman a bit, it should be okay.
That lead now goes past 200 runs, 79 for 3. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes ahead by 204 runs exactly now. That is a psychological advantage as well to the Volcanoes.
Oh, it's definitely.
Nice short delivery from the pacer from Berbice in Guyana. And speaking about Berbice, I understand that the president of the Berbice Cricket Board is under the weather. So get well soon, Mr. Hilbert Foster. We all need you and your leadership. 80 for the loss of 3 now, 205 runs ahead. And that is a very vital position to be in, because psychologically 200 runs is so much more better than 199.
Oh yes, definitely. And I know that the Happy Eagles will be very worried about that.
Big appeal. Turned down by umpire Jonathan Blades. Is this a normal weather for Grenada? Leg by signal by Blades?
Well, at present, yes.
Yeah.
So far, for the year, we have been getting intermittent showers, rain, sun. The farmers will love it.
The farmers definitely will love it. That ball was clearly heading down the leg and a bit high as well.
Yes. You do farming, John?
No, but just reaping. This one is in the air, but in the gap as well. So Justin Greaves now looking to open up his shoulders, maybe taking a liking to Shamar Joseph, but it's only a single to end the over. So Joseph leaking some runs in his first over. 81 for the loss of 3 now, and the Volcanoes pushing that lead to 210.
Yeah, like I said, key fielding positions is going to be very, very detrimental in terms of how the teams go about. And the fielder at backward point just made an adjustment, saying to the skipper, I should have been, probably 2 feet, wider, and that would have been a dolly for catch, but wasn't so. And Justin lives on for another day. But very particular, as soon as Joseph came onto the ball, you realize that Sunil looked to be more attacking. So I don't know if it's a ploy by the Volcanoes.
Pamal to continue. But it's not brilliant sunshine. It's really nice weather. It's Friday, I understand. There's a big saying in Grenada, WTF. I heard that on a radio station that Jason Skeet works. WTF, welcome to Friday. In Guyana we say TGIF, thank God it's Friday. In some other parts of the world they say TGIF, thank God it's free. This one is stroked nicely past the bowler. Just good to see Kevin Sinclair back on the field. He was off for a little bit. Quite a unique island nation, Grenada.
Very much so.
WTF, welcome to Friday.
Jason Skeet will definitely know more about that.
So I know WTF to mean something else.
What's that?
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But I like how you're thinking. This is over 29 of the Volcanoes' second innings. Getting closer to lunch. We had a late start this morning by some 1 hour 15 minutes, so it's an extended first session here on day number 3. They started with the Volcanoes in their second innings 48 for 2. And they lost the early wicket, the second ball of the day. Kavim Hodge caught at a wicket by wicketkeeper Bramblov, beaten for 13. Did not add to his overnight score. It was 3 for 49 at that stage. Now a nice partnership of 35 between Ambrose, who moved from 18 overnight. He's now on 25, and Justin Greaves 23. Looking very solid at the moment. Nice partnership.
Yes, definitely.
This is Greaves' best innings for the Volcanoes since joining the franchise. He had 21 in the first innings, which was then his best. So he's going past, and he had a 5-4 yesterday while bowling. So he's having a good match, Justin Greaves. He watches that ball closely. Tight end defense, overcompleted, 84 for the loss of 3.
Yes, and I think he's doing justice to his selection, picking up his first 5 for the Volcanoes, and showing some confidence now with the bat, getting 21 and surpassing that today. Definitely we will want to go forward and get a half century or so, being one of the overseas players that coming in to strengthen the Volcano team. A lot on his back, and wants to prove something too, that he's a capable all-rounder, and put his name into the selector's book.
Your former West Indies on the 50 opening bowler, so your spell has come to an end. And your very short spell on debut here today. Junior Murray waiting in the wings. 84 for the loss of 3, but Joseph will continue from the River Road end. Scorching heat now here in the midday sun on Friday afternoon in Grenada. He dabs this one nicely. So just dancing around the crease a little bit, the Vincentian Ambris. And we welcome Junior for the first time today. Hello, Junior. Good morning. Well, good day.
Good day to you, John. How you doing? How was the night?
Yeah, very restful.
That's nice. Nice to know. As you can see, the volcanoes batters there, enjoying themselves for the moment, trying to get some quick runs on the board, rotating the strike nicely, and they're really enjoying themselves just before lunch.
Much better delivery from Joseph this time, targeting the stumps of Greaves. But this is a nice partnership after the early loss of the overnight batsman Kavim Hodge, who was asked to open the bat in the absence of Kimani Milius, who had that groin strain.
Yeah, I wonder how he's doing, but it's a nice partnership building here at the moment. I have 36 so far, and there's two senior players out there. They're both won the Maroon Cap, so they know what they're about, and they're looking very well at the moment.
Good delivery. Here's Ambris looking for the second, but it's not on. So it's good positive cricket we're seeing. Greaves went a bit hard at that one, but got the inner part of the bat, not where he wanted it, but got a single. So trying to be positive. That lead now has gone past 200 runs, Junior. 210. And it can be a bit worrying for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, I think it is. They need to get out to put the volcano batters on the back foot at the moment.
On the edge, and he's out caught. Caught at the wicket. You can hear that all the way in the Letem in Rupununi in Guyana. And that is the wicket of Stanley Lambris. Just speaking about him. And he is gone. Caught by Bramble off the inside edge. Joseph getting some bounce. And the batter looking to cut on the edge, and he's caught. Wicket number 4 going down, 86 for 4.
Short ball outside the off stump. As you can see, Ambers going to cut on the edge into the gloves of wicketkeeper Bramble, who took a very easy catch behind the stumps and having a lovely day. A good game behind the stumps so far.
So wicket at this stage, and that's what exactly Leon Johnson was looking for. So how long do you think the Volcanoes will want to bat? What type of total do you think that you want to set at the target you want to set the Harpy Eagles, knowing that rain is around and tomorrow is the final day?
Yeah, I think probably a total of probably 290, 280, giving themselves enough time to bowl out the Harpy Eagle players. The moment as you see Walker coming in the bat at the moment now, exciting wicketkeeper batsman. So I think we're in for a bit of a fun just before lunch. I think he'll be very busy at the crease, trying to get some runs on the board as quickly as possible.
So the Lambris caught wicketkeeper Bramble off Joseph for 26, 54 balls, 1-4 in that innings. So he was trying to be positive, did not look to be bogged down too much, but bowling was tight this morning, so he just managed to get 26 from 54, quite unlike what we saw in the first innings.
Yes, I know. We all know Sunil Lambris is a busy player. He loves to keep the scoreboard ticking, and he loved this stage of the game, where you have to get quick runs to see if he can put some extra pressure on Happy Eagles. It didn't happen, but he's back at the hot at the moment, and hope that these two at the wicket now can take it from there and get to that total that they have discussed. Coach Shirley Clark and his staff who really want to be in a comfortable position.
So after losing the wicket, second ball of the morning, it was a good comeback partnership, 37 runs partnership between Greaves, who's still there on 24, and Ambris just dismissed for 26. So here is Joseph again, but this time to the new batsman, Tevin Walcott. Oh, and there's a big appeal.
I can see Joseph there really enjoying his bowling there at the moment, running in from the River Road end, hitting the deck very hard. Lovely ball, pitching and leaving. Walcott in that zone, as we call, in that in between length, and Walcott was not too sure whether to come forward or come back, and it went into the glove of the keeper Bamba.
Walcott got 4 in the first innings, but had a magnificent 87 not out in the first round against the Red Force right here at the Grenada National Stadium. Here's Joseph again. This time it takes the edge, but it goes over the head of the fielders in the slip quarter and down towards third man for 4.
Well bowled again by Joseph. Short ball said you off him. I think Walker was about to leave it, but then drop his hand, but then the ball just hit the bat up there and went over the slips for 4. Yes, he was about to drop his hand, as you can see. Extra pace, extra bunks. Yes, as you can see, he's really enjoying hitting the deck very hard and having some fun with there just before lunch.
Successful over for Shamar Joseph in the second first-class game for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And Walcott off the mark. That's really good bounce he's extracting from the River Road end. So Walcott 4, Greaves on 24. So the pair of Barbadian franchise players now working away for the Volcanoes, 90 for 4.
They're two good friends, two good mates. So I think they will be looking forward to settle themselves nicely. As you can see, Greaves is in good form. He's choking nicely in the park, and Walcott, he just come to the wicket. We'd love to get started as quickly as possible.
4 for 70 in the first innings for Pamal. 10 scalps in this tournament so far.
Season campaigner. He's a senior pro in the team, the vice captain, from a West Indies player, so we expect nothing less.
Gone past 500 runs. Playing at regional first class level. Overall, getting close to 600 wickets in his first class career.
Yeah, he's one of the good spinners around. Nice variation, nice, with a lovely arm ball also.
So Machunandu, that's silly mid-off now with a helmet on.
Some extra pressure on Greaves just before lunch. Just looking at the pitch and the way Shamar Joseph is bowling at the moment, I think the Volcano bowlers resting inside and be licking their lips. Because we can see there's a bit of bounce and a bit of pace there. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens when the turn comes to bowl the second time around.
So some more pressure now because the shin pads are coming on. Looks like Kemal Savory, who's also in his second first-class match, also wicket-keeper, will be taking those pads and go under the bat on the onside.
That's the position for the newcomers. Obviously, they tend to put the newcomers in those silly positions. But it's a bit of pressure on the Volcano batters just before lunch. Not a bad idea at all.
So it's Friday. For our brothers and sisters in Islam, it's the day of Jummah, the day of Friday prayers. Over at the Everest Cricket Club in Guyana, it's Friday lunch. Lots of delicious food on the menu at the Everest Cricket Club pretty much every day, and it bumps up on Friday.
Friday in Grenada is a fun day, John. You see everybody out there enjoying themselves, having extra drinks, barbecues. It's really a fun time on a Friday in Grenada.
This one is just tucked off for a single. So Greaves, quite a good match for him so far.
Yeah, he's having a good game with the ball and with the bat so far. As you know, Justin Greaves he's a seasoned campaigner. He's a senior pro in the team, and he's really enjoying his work at the moment.
Right there.
So they're both from Barbados, Greaves and Walcott. This is the first season at the first class level for the Volcanoes. Walcott with that magnificent half century, unbeaten in the first game. Now Greaves with a 5-4 and some runs. So they're showing their worth so far to their franchise. Very good.
So far, they're really showing their worth. They're really making a big contribution to the Volcanoes. It's really always a good thing to see.
Over completed 91 for 4. Top score so far, Sunil Ambris with 26. Greaves right behind his tails on 25. Jelani Robinson 3, Kavim Hodge 13, Atenez 11, all dismissed.
Still a bit of batting to come. Still a bit of Van John, Kennedy who can handle themselves very well with the bat. So if there's a time in the game where they need some quick runs, I think Ryan John will love that time. Go and express himself. and have some fun out there. He's also having a good games so far at the moment.
So we'll also look to get an update on Kimani Milias, who did not open the batting, but is slated to come as Joseph starts a new over. Joseph just joined Smith and Ransford beaten in that fourth column. So he has 1 for 17. This is now his third over. Niall Smith 1 for 24, but Ransford beaten, working up some very good pace, 2 for 26.
He had a lovely spell. He's having a good game so far, hitting some lovely areas. He's enjoying this service at the moment. It's really good to see. He's putting his hands up as a senior pro in the team.
Joseph runs away now from the River Road end, 63 on his back. Short man, but getting some good bounce and carry.
I love to see him running in and hitting the deck hard and hitting some nice areas. And you can see the feel that the Happy Eagle players are really supporting him over there. And hope they can carry one with them for lunch.
23 years old, Shamar Joseph, now living at Baggettstown on the east bank of Demerara, just close to where the Demerara Harbour Bridge is.
Yeah, very close. Guyana is a lovely place. Lots of development these days.
So he's living close to the Demerara Harbour Bridge by the Demerara River, but originally from close to the Kanji Bridge in Kanji River in Berbice.
Yeah, he loved the bridge. He loved to be close to the bridges.
Seems that way.
I wonder why.
You don't change the winning formula, right? Maybe it worked for him living at the Kanji Bridge. Now he's living close to the Demerara Harbour Bridge.
And yeah, there he is now in Happy Eagles team.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a good sign.
He's looking to bridge a gap and continue his career as a professional cricketer. Father of one, very young child he has back home, but he is a hard worker.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see he's really bending his back here, hitting the deck very hard for the Happy Eagles. I can see there's also a bat pad boarding in now. It's a good sign. The Happy Eagle players, the captain is all out on the attack. He cannot afford not too much runs at this moment.
Johnson is a thinking captain. Short ball. 2 fielders back for that hook. One at the maybe fine leg, but a couple of meters in. And then there's a backward square, not quite back to the boundary, 3/4 way in. Trying to tempt Evan Walcott.
Yeah, lovely short ball there by Joseph. Enjoying the spell at the moment and hitting the deck very hard, and trying to put a bit of extra pressure on Walker, trying to set him up nicely to get him out before lunch.
That wouldn't help at all. Half stopped by Bramble, who did well, but it was a very wayward delivery and it goes into the boundary. Even the diving effort from Smith cannot stop it.
Short
By
ball
signaled.
way down the leg side, diving Bramble to his left. Couldn't get there. 4 byes added to the total.
But if you look at it, there was some movement, Junior.
Yes, a lot of movement after it passes the bat. There's a bit of movement. So he's using his skill. He's using his fingers along the seam, keeping one side shiny. Just probably ball, just pitching in the wrong area. Being a bit more outside the off stump coming into the batter. It was pitched a bit too short down the leg side, went further and further away.
Exaggerated inward movement. 221 now, that lead. Now he pitches up and it's driven, but cannot beat the fielder at extra cover. The vice captain of the team collects it. For Sami Pamal. Umpire Jonathan Blaze, we're looking at you because could be lunch on day number 3. The players are walking off, and it is lunch on day number 3. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 96 for the loss of 4. They have doubled their score that they started the day on. They were 48 for the loss of 2. They've added 48. They've lost 2 more wickets. Devin Walcott just gotten there. He's on 4. Justin Greaves looking good on 26. And that lead, like I said, pushing now to 221. The casualties this morning, very early. Kavim Hall's second delivery of the day. Caught wicketkeeper Bramble off beaten for 13. And not so long ago, just before lunch, Sunil Ambrose, the other overnight batsman, caught wicketkeeper Bramble off Joseph for 26. And at lunch, 96 for the loss of 4, 221 runs. A session that started late because of rain and ending a bit early, well, in terms of overs. 96 for the loss of 4, 221 the lead.
Good session by the Happy Eagles. I think Captain Jones will be happy with that session, getting a couple of wickets. And the Volcano players, as you can see, is in a bit of a ball at the moment. They are rebuilding at the moment. Graves looking very nicely at the moment. Wicketkeeper Walcott just joined him, also looking pretty well. So they can have a good lunch and come back out after lunch, and probably can see a quick scoring, because as we know, they need time to get the runs and they also need time to bowl out the Harpy Eagles. So it's a very tricky situation at the moment, and hope that Coach Shirley Clark and his staff can get it right. But unpredictable by the weather, so we got to see what happens.
Yes, after lunch we have to look at the weather, but for the moment it is very sunny, very hot. Niall Smith 1 for 24, runs for beaten, 2 for 26, and Shamar Joseph 1 for 18, the wicket takers. Parmal none for 15, and Sinclair the other spinner, none for 3. So those are the bowlers used. So it's lunch on day number 3 in this match. Windward Islands Volcanoes against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. We will have some lunch as well, and we will be back in about 30 minutes time to call the afternoon session. Until then, it's goodbye.
Okay, well, good afternoon, and we have officially resumed after the luncheon interval, 10 minutes after 1 o'clock local time at the St. George's National Cricket Stadium in beautiful Spice Isle, Grenada. Still a thick cloud cover, as you can see on your screen, and of course that was predicted by our weather forecast, and it has been holding true to form. Some interruptions here and there, but still some cricket getting in. And the Windward Islands went to lunch on 96 for 4. Justin Greaves on 26 and Tevin Walcott on 4. A lead of 221 runs. And with me to start off the proceedings after lunch, Junior Randolph Murray, MBE. Afternoon, Junior.
Afternoon, Jason. Always good to be here. Hope you had a good lunch and ready to go.
Ready to go we are, and so too is Vasami Pramol, who is operating from the Dabo end. He's staring down at Justin Greaves. Justin Greaves batted pretty well during the morning session. He has been sorting out the gaps very nicely and picking up some singles.
Yeah, been batting pretty well. He looked very organized, rotating the strike nicely and keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get into the action. 96 for 4. First runs after lunch, just a single down to long on. Kevin Sinclair does the tidying.
This way the middle and leg.
Brings the dangerous Tevin Walcott into strike. He's been striking the ball cleanly and racing on every time he gets the opportunity. The Windwards would love for him to at least bat through the end of this session. It would mean a good total in for them.
Yeah, I think he needs to stay there, get a good start and keep that scoreboard ticking as always. And there he goes, back on the back foot and punching it through nicely to point for 2 runs.
So the Windwards picking up 3 busy runs to start things off in the second session. For those of you wondering why we'd have just started, if you're just joining us, basically we had a late lunch because of the late start.
Jason, just wondering what the plans are by the Windward Volcanoes. I think at some point today, I think the Happy Eagles should get a bat, because I think with the weather, they need some extra time, to bowl to get 10 wickets. So I think it'll be very important, the session after lunch.
Oh, well driven again. Tevin Walcott onto the front foot, and good shot, dissecting all 3 fielders in a bundle there on the offside. So he's been very good. He's been very good with the bat for the Windward Islands. Got an 87 earlier on in the first game against the Trinidad Red Force. He's been, hitting the ball cleanly.
He looks a very busy player, always looking to score. And at this time of the game, I think he need to be, keep that momentum going.
All right, well, the Harpy Eagles are a 7-2 field, just 2 on the onside. A mid-on and square leg. And that's the end of the first over after lunch, and 100 came up for the Windward Islands, the 101 for 4, and some good batting there for the Windward Islands. Vasami Pramol, 5 runs off the over. The lead is 226, Junior Murray.
Yeah, it's good going there by the Volcano batters. They keep the scoreboard ticking, rotating the strike nicely. And I think probably they should be looking to get to that total as quickly as possible. 290, 280 today, probably declare this afternoon and get the Happy Eagle batters in. There's still a bit of bounce on that pitch. He's still playing well. And I think the Volcano bowlers will be looking very eagerly out there to go there and express themselves. But the Happy Eagles will have different ideas and do a bit of containing and keep them out there for a bit longer.
So Shamar Joseph will start to operate in his first over after lunch from the River Road end. Oh, there's a loud nick there and he's gone. First ball from Shamar Joseph, and it just dropped right there in that area. And Justin Greaves, who has played very well up to this point, really and truly he had no choice. He had to really play at it. It was that kind of delivery. Good bowling from Shamar Joseph.
Shamar Joseph, that length, that zone again, driving Justin Greaves into a big drive outside the off stump, getting out the edge into the gloves of wicketkeeper Bramble. But bowl Shamar Joseph, he's been hitting that pitch as hard as possible, and looks very good at the moment.
Yeah,
you can see it again.
Was right there in the corridor of uncertainty, and I think that maybe if he had just gotten the back foot across just a little bit more, he would have gotten to the pitch of it. But really, his back foot was planted. Justin Greaves, was he? And didn't drift, didn't go across his stumps as much as he wanted, and that created the opportunity for the wicket from Shamar Joseph. So he is gone. Tevin Walcott, he's still there, but well. Justin Greaves is gone for 27, caught Bramble of the bowling of Joseph in the second over after lunch. The Windward Islands 101 for 5 with a lead of 226. We've got some interesting developments over in Antigua as well. Jamaica playing Barbados. The Jamaica Scorpions playing the Barbados Pride. Jamaica 123 for 9 with a lead of 48 runs. And no doubt they're going to try to put some added pressure on the Barbados Pride. The Barbados Pride, the defending champions, they've not had a really good start, or maybe the kind of start they would have anticipated. We've got some more cricket taking place there as well. The Leeward Islands playing Trinidad and Tobago. McCarthy on 34 and James on 8 of the Leeward Islands, trailing by a little bunch right there. 72 for 2 are the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands trailing by 346 runs. So Trinidad and Tobago really stamping some authority on this game. We've got some other cricket coming up around the world as well. We're going to bring you up to speed on that. The West Indies women, they'll be in action tomorrow against England in the ICC T20 World Cup. Coach Courtney Walsh has been there with the West Indies women and giving them the kind of encouragement and mentorship they need. I know you've been in contact with him and a few players on the West Indies women's squad, always keeping up to date with what's happening with international cricketers. Junior Murray.
Yeah, I think the tails are up there ready for the encounter in the T20 World Cup. They won it a couple of seasons back, and Courtney Walsh is very excited to start pretty well. We also wish our local girl, Affy Fletcher, all the best, and we'll be looking on.
Also the test match between the West Indies and Zimbabwe, the second test, that's due to start on Sunday. The first test being drawn in Bulawayo, and the West Indies would no doubt look to look for a win. Young Chandapal picking up 207, very good knock for him. His name is ringing all around the world, following in the footsteps of his father.
Yes.
Oh, that's a peach of a delivery right there. And Shamar Joseph has found a spot and he's exploiting it to the fullest.
Yeah, that's good fast bowling there by young Shamar Joseph. Hitting those areas nicely. That in between length, as we say. And Ryan John was equal to the task. Just left it alone outside the off stump. Well taken behind by Bramble.
You would say Ryan John left it. I think he was more beaten. There was some lateral movement there from Shamar Joseph. He's bowled pretty well to this point. Shamar Joseph picked up 2 wickets of his 4 overs. He's gone for 18, and he has brought Guyana into a position where they feel they can bundle out the Windward Islands before the end of this session. The Windward Islands are 101 for 5. A lead of 226. Junior Murray and Troy George anticipating, and also Rondell Joseph anticipating a lead of about 290, 300 runs for the Windward Islands for them to have a crack at the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, I think if they're looking at that total, I think they need to step it up a bit, keep the strike, keep rotating the strike nice. He picks up the ones and twos, the odd boundary here and there, and the Volcanoes need time to get 10 wickets, and also the Happy Eagles. We're looking to bowl at them as soon as possible because they also need time to get the runs. We don't know what's happened with the weather, so we just got to play by ear. But I think the game is boiling along nicely.
Rasami Pramod is right up, hard hitting Tevin Walcott, not sparing him, just slightly stopped there. Maybe playing it a little bit earlier would have, sought out the gap in just about extra cover, and he could have probably got 2 runs there. But Rasami Pramod, very persistent, very nagging, left arm off break bowler. He's picked up 501 wickets for Guyana already in his international career.
Yeah, he's doing a fine job. He's been around for a while, a season campaigner.
Good shot, but wouldn't beat the man at long on. We've also been, very fortunate to have some of our stalwarts viewing along with us on the YouTube channel. A lot of our regional and Grenadian stalwarts, cricketing, commentating stalwarts. Good afternoon to a good friend Ray Roberts. Ray Roberts, the man of sports. Many of you who are my age or a little bit older wouldn't give that away, but he's been regarded widely as the man of sport.
Yeah, I think our own local Robert, he loves the sport. He's always supporting whenever he can. I know he's somewhere in the stands there cheering the Volcano players on.
Yeah, he's been very critical and technically so, always, pointing out what are some of the do's and don'ts and ways and corrective measures in just about every sport. He's been always abreast with sport for more than 4 decades, really. Ray Roberts, the man of sport. A good over from Vasami Pramod. 2 runs coming off the over. 103 for 5 just at the crease. Ryan John for 1. Ryan John had a good knock in the first innings, picked up a half century, and he's done pretty well with the bat, and he is also very consistent with the ball. And with him is Tevin Walcott. So really and truly 2 new batsmen at the crease after lunch for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yeah, 2 new batters after lunch, and I think they need to rebuild a bit. In the same breath, they need to keep the scoreboard ticking. The Volcano guys need the quick runs, to put themselves in a lovely position whereby they can press on for a victory.
All right, and while we speak of stalwarts, we're going to list 2 more for you. And Shamar Joseph drifting down leg. This is dangerous here. He has spooned it and he's gone. He spooned it and he is gone. So look at this now. Ryan John is on a roll, really. Shamar Joseph is on a roll, really. A ball that hurried onto the batsman, and he was just in total disarray.
As you can see here, the ball pitched on the leg stump, going down the leg side. Ryan John trying to whip him over mid wicket, got a lean edge, and was caught at mid-off.
Played way too early right there. So Shamar Joseph just slowing it up a little bit and picking up the wicket. of Ryan John. Ryan John going for one, caught by Promal and bowled by Shamar Joseph. We spoke about stalwarts, the late Carol Bristol and our good friend Trevor Thwaites. Remember, he too was very instrumental and very vocal in sports. What we see coming out here now is Kimani Milius. Kimani Milius coming out for the Windward Islands. Milius, of course, who suffered a groin injury during the first innings. He was tentative as to whether or not he would take to the crease, but the reports coming in from the Windward's camp said that if it was needed, and those are some critical words, and with him coming out now, it shows that the Windward Islands really need him to come out there and bat. At 103 for 6, we're seeing a slight crumble here from the Windward Islands.
Yeah, I think the Volcano batters have to be a bit careful here at the moment. They're losing quick wickets, and as we can see, Kimani Milius fight, over going to fight for his country and for his franchise. Had a bit of a groin injury, but as you said, they need him now, and let's see what he can do there.
Well, the dressing room
with a damaged groin.
Yeah, the dressing room of the Windward Islands looking very concerned there. Everybody is focused on what could possibly happen here. They do not want him to aggravate this injury anymore if it is anyway really serious, because they are going to need him, especially for the third round of matches. He's playing very well, not pushing too much. Normally this would have been 2 runs normally, but he has ambled across for 1. So he's there now, Junior Murray, more or less occupying the crease and just trying to take over the score and see how long they can elasticize this Windward Islands innings.
As you can see there, Milius is just jogging a single there. I can see he's still getting a bit of pain with the groin, but he's going to go there and fight. The Volcanoes need him now. Just rotate the strike, take a single here and there, and then play a support role for Walcott.
Yeah, well, Walcott, we may see him opening up his shoulders a little bit. He has Shamar Joseph coming at him. Oh, some good lateral movement there, shaping back in and very well left. Good judgment.
Yeah, lovely, well bowled again by young Joseph. Hitting those areas nicely. You can see that lovely inward movement. He's in a good place at the moment. He's in a lovely rhythm at the moment, and he seems to be really enjoying his bowling.
This time a little wider. Well played, well driven, 4 runs, good shot, sought out the field right there, found the gap, and 4 runs through the offside. So the typical Tevin Walcott is on show.
As you can see here, Jason is full wide aside the off stump. Tevin Walcott down on 1, he driving the 2 extra cover for 4. Lovely shot.
Held the pose just a little bit as well for emphasis.
It looks pretty well.
Just 1. So what would normally be a hard one and looking for 2 because you want to build a good lead has turned into just a comfortable single for the Windward Islands. At the wicket, Kimani Milius, who's on strike now, who it would normally open the batting for the Windward Islands, but he has dropped down the order to number 7. And the reason for that being, of course, suffering a groin injury. And the Windward Islands camp did in fact say that he would come out only if needed.
Jason, I'm just wondering if with Milius out there, if it's going to be a positive or a negative for the Volcanoes, because I think they need that rotational strike, that extra runs, to give themselves some time. With him out there with his injury, can't really move as much as possible, can't really run as quickly. I wonder if it's a positive move or a negative move.
Well, 109 for 6, the Windward Islands, with a lead of 234, still pressing for something a little bit larger to put the Harpy Eagles back into bat. Hopefully, they may try to do that this afternoon. But Kimani Milius could very well be there, Junior Murray, just to offer some steadying ship, because they know he can't operate too quickly between the stumps. So it might just be to offer some anchoring role to Tevin Walcott.
Which is also good, but the stage in the game, that like an extra run is also needed. Time is important, plus the weather. So I think the Volcanoes want to put themselves in a happy place whereby they have enough time to get 10 wickets.
Well, let's see how it's going to play out. Let's see what Sami Pramod will do now. Tevin Walcott calling for the single and then changing his mind, understanding the nature of the circumstances before him with Kimani Milius. And is it possible that you might very well see the Windward Islands employing some assistance for Kimani Milius at this point?
No, well, at this point, once you get out the bat, there's not a runner involved in the sport anymore. So once you get out there, he got to go there and fight on his own.
He's got to go for it. All right.
Yes.
Good shot down the leg side, really. And just the one down to the boundary, just backward a square.
Ball pitch outside his leg stump, and he's down on one knee, sweeping down to behind square for a single. This will be a very interesting period here, Jason. The lead of 235. Going to be very interesting here at the moment.
All right, well, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they've always been on target, especially in the session right after lunch. This has been one of their strongest sessions of when we look at them and how they would have performed during this match and the one just before between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They've always dominated this session just after lunch. But the circumstances now are slightly different. The equation before them is slightly different. Troy George, good afternoon to you after lunch. And 110 for 6 are the Windward Islands against the Guyana Harpy Eagles with a lead of 235.
Well, good afternoon to you, Jason Skate. Happy Eagles seem to be very happy this evening.
That's the end of the over. 110 for 6. So Kimani Milius is out there on 1. Tevin Walcott is there on 15. Quick 15 by all standards. 22. He would normally go a lot faster than that. He has a good strike rate, regardless of the nature of the game. He is the type that likes to feel engagement, bat on ball, and most times to his detriment, he goes searching for it. But when he strikes it, it's well struck.
Oh yes, definitely. He's known for his shots playing, timing of the ball, background of one day cricket, and definitely is out there. He's in pain, but he's fighting for the team, and hopefully he can help the team in whatever way possible.
Well, still the possibility of some light showers during the course of the afternoon, but so far we're enjoying good sunshine, and Shamar Joseph is enjoying good lateral movement. Ooh. And cramping the batsman here, Tevin Walcott, just being cramped a little bit.
Yes, well, expected from Shamar Joseph. Started off a little shaky, probably 10 or so in his first over, but came back well. Now he's in his 6th over, taking 3 wickets for 24 runs, and definitely giving the Harpy Eagles a chance to set back the Volcanoes.
Oh, well bowled, well played, well fielded, no run. Good cricket.
Jason, you had your chance at the crease when you Going up.
It's a rhetorical question, I hope.
I'd love to see you at one end.
Just the one, and a lot of zinc and vitamin B would be very good for Troy George. He has lost most of his memory, and quite sure if he takes the time and search his memory, a lot of things would become very crystal clear to him. A lead of 236, 111 for 6. Shamar Joseph operating from the River Road end. We see what can possibly be a bit of trouble mounting there. Something is brewing, because under normal circumstances, the mind of Kimani Milius would be to strike and push on for a single right there, easy chance. But with this groin injury, he keeps remembering lately at most times that he's not as agile as his mind is telling him, and so he has to revert into understanding where he's at the moment.
Yes, but I'm still wondering whether it is a good decision to send in him at this point in time in the game, even though you're playing for time and he's probably technically better than the other batsman. But I would have probably thought they would have sent in Dumba, who I think is capable of holding his end and scoring runs, and then you probably would get the rotation of strike, going a lot quicker. But decision has already been made, and he's out there fighting. He's in pain, but he's out there fighting for his team.
Oh, good question being asked there by Shamar Joseph to end the over. And tenacity is the word of the day if we're looking at Kimani Milius. And if we're looking at the score, Tevin Walcott is there on 16 of 25 deliveries. Kimani Milius is there with him on 1 in pain. But as we said, the word of the day if we're looking at Kimani Milius is perseverance and tenacity.
Oh yes, definitely. But I would have liked to see Shamar bowl a lot more short balls to Milius, where he's limping, foot cannot move properly. Maybe a shot silly mid-on would have worked, and put some pressure on him so he can move his feet and create some pressure for him to pull or to defend. So I think that's probably a ploy that the Harpy Eagles could employ to try and get Kimani out.
Still just 3 on the onside for Leon Johnson. He has a man down on the long on boundary, square leg boundary, and mid wicket. So they know that Tevin Walcott has some firepower attached to his repertoire, and they've set the trap. It's up to him now to try and have a go at Versami Promal. And he goes, and it's gone. Yeah, the trap was set, but to no avail. Tevin Walcott, a huge 6 over mid-wicket, and when he hits it, Troy, it stays hit.
Oh, excellent by Tevin. Good slug sweep, man deep, but nowhere close to that. Cleared the rope by a good margin, and pushes the score to 117 for 6. Pushes the lead up to 200 and 42. I would have thought that Pomar would have been the holder, trying to put some pressure to the Volcano batsman, and hopefully the Pacers would try and pick up the wicket. But it looked like they're trying to get wickets on both ends, and I think that would be sort of detrimental to the Harpy Eagles. You want to put pressure on batsmen, especially where Kimani is there, have him to stretch out, have him to use his legs and stuff to get to the pitch of the ball and create some pressure for the batsman.
Slug sweep again, this time just down to backward a square, just 1 when a limping Kimani Milius goes to the non-strikers end, because that is the end of the over. 117 for 6. We will see more of Shamar Joseph coming in from the River Road end. The word from Troy George is aggression, no sympathy. And the word from me is I am out of the chair for a brief moment. And John Ramsing, will be in. And more from Troy George, and then John Ramsing will take over.
Yes, I definitely think that the Harpy Eagles is missing a trick here. Maybe bring back Beacon and keep your fast bowlers punging at Milius, and then you probably could bring back Pamal or Sinclair to try and finish up the tail enders, as is what happened in the first inning, John.
Thank you very much. Still to come, Demba, Maxwell, Martin. Not a lot of batting really when you think about it. Here is Joseph.
Well, we know Preston can hold his end. He did get 86 the last time playing against the Harpy Eagles, and he would back himself for that. But on a normal, it's different when you have pressure in a game. The mindset has to be different, and the conditions are also is different. So it would play some difference in terms of how they go about their shot selections and temperament in playing against the fast and spin bowlers.
So Walcott did not take the single, so I guess he's looking to take as much of the strike as possible to score as many as possible.
Yeah, well, I guess they have already made the decision that, unless it's not a safe single, they would not take the chance to probably put any more, damage to Milius on his leg. Definitely would need him for the games.
Oh, a nice firm drive. So how well has Joseph bowled in your opinion? 3 for 25, the pick of the bowlers so far.
Oh, excellent. Like I said, I think he bowled really well in the first inning. And underused, I believe, too, in terms of the length of overs that he bowled. But so far, it come back good. Captain has given him confidence, and he has assured that by picking up 3 wickets. And he's doing well.
Being a former fast bowler yourself, you must be pleased with the work of Beaton. Oh, that was very close. There he is, fishing. Walcott. That was a bit too close for comfort.
He's bowling well. He's bowling well. And every time you have wickets in your column, you have a different energy, and he's showing that. And like I said, I think Beacon, in my opinion, should be coming from the other end, although he started from the river end, but he should be back on the ball to put some more pressure onto the Volcanoes.
I'm just looking back on some of my dusty notes, realizing that when you played for the West Indies on the 15, quite some time ago, Lombard on the 15 Challenge Cup, Damodar Dasrat shared a new ball with you.
Yes, a good friend of mine, Dasrat, always upbeat, very, very, very funny guy. And he swung the ball really, really well too.
Sidney Chattergoon was the opening batter. Number 3 was Marlon Samuels. Edge taken at second slip. Beautiful catch. What a catch from Tevin Imlach. That one was traveling overhead, and there he was sticking out his hand and timed it nicely, the jump, and accounted for the wicket of Tevin Walcott. The big wicket, the one that they wanted. Shamar Joseph strikes again.
Yes, excellent catch. Brilliant. Ups, safe, hands. And definitely that's the sort of stuff that you want from your fielders, bowlers, putting the balls in the right place, edge found, and catch being taken. And that would tell the difference between the teams, how well you feel, how well you bowl. And the Harpy Eagles are definitely in a good position right now, taking that wicket and putting themselves in a position where they can restrict the Volcanoes, possibly under that 190. Which might be a safe zone, but let's see.
Kimani Milius is still there, but look at that catch. You know, Imlak is a wicket keeper as well, so he had to take that one goalkeeper style. There was Walcott flashing very hard, looking for a boundary maybe, and a bit too close to cut. He got a bit bigger than him. Extra bounce, and Joseph wouldn't mind. Career best figures for him in just his second match, a 4-4.
Yes, that one did cut back in just a touch. He has been swinging the ball away from Tevin, but that one did come back in a touch, and I think that's what created the edge for Joseph, getting his fourth wicket. It would be nice for him as a youngster and a young team as the Harpy Eagles to really get a 5-4 in this inning, which will give him confidence and going forward.
New batsman is Preston McSween. The first innings, McSween was dismissed for 1. Went to bed at the end of the day's play, came back, and did not last too long. Just a single he got. So he's more known for his bowling, and he'll be waiting his opportunity to get his hands on the balls, because it seems to be the pitch has come alive for the bowlers. So it's going to be Pamal to continue, new over. And the guy just went just out of the reach of the slip fielder. Down to third man. He'll hobble across for a single, Kimani Milius. He is a brave man, batting with an injury for his side.
Well, it would be very interesting to see what Kimani Milius does here with an injured leg, batting with the tail, being the senior batsman. How is he going to mitigate and get to score runs? So far, he first ball seemed to be opening up to get some runs from these overs. Hopefully that Preston can keep his focus. He can keep a steady head and chooses the right balls to hit and possibly get some runs. But Pramal will have other ideas.
So they need to look at that 244-run lead, both sides, because the Harpy Eagles will want to look at the total that they can chase down later on, and then the Volcanoes want to look at the total that they can defend later on. 244 now, how is that?
Not enough. Guyana has proven that chasing runs, they are capable. They put their heads down. Like I said, Johnson, Bramble, these guys have shown, and even Pramal himself has shown that they have the tenacity, they have the character to fight. And Volcanoes right now are in a state of bother for me. If they don't get up to that 290, 300, the Harpy Eagles will fancy themselves on a wicket where they can play their shots, attack and defend, and have a day and some to probably get that runs.
McSween did not get off the mark against the Red Force. This time edges, it goes past the first slip fielder. This time he gets off the mark and will run down towards third man for 4.
Yeah, wideish ball. Preston having a heave at it, getting a top edge. That one flew.
Yeah, it was a quick
past
ball.
Slips. And fortunate for him, went for 4. Good for the Volcanoes. Brings their score up to 248 in total. Currently 123 for 7. But like I said, he has to be careful, choose the right balls to hit. But like I said, pressure and time gives you a different point of view.
After the over, we'll hear from a former international player who represented the Volcanoes a long time in his career. But just before you leave us, Troy, you said 244 is not going to be enough for the Volcanoes. What will you think will be enough?
Well, for me, I definitely 290. Nothing less than 290 on this wicket. The Windwards have the backing of the Pacers, but the wicket is still good. There's no cracking. It's holding firm, and it's still a good batting wicket. And I think once the Harpy Eagles could really put themselves down, it would be a challenging total 290 to get.
124 for the loss of 7, and that's the end of Pamal's over. Pamal still wicketless after 11 overs. Shamar Joseph at the other end, enjoying this venue so far. 5 wickets in the match. He had 1 in the first innings, remember that? 4 already in the second innings. On the verge of a maiden 5-wicket haul for the Guyana Harpy Eagles if he gets there. So he's bowling quite impressively, just livening up this batting paradise that we have here at the Guyana National Stadium. How often do you see Pamor going wicketless, especially in the second innings when it's getting a bit weary in terms of the wicket? So new over starts, and that single will give the Volcanoes a lead of 250, and that is also psychological advantage. It's good afternoon to, like I said, a former international player who have represented the Windward Islands for a long time, just about a decade. Does not live in this island, but I've seen him all over the place recently. Hello, Miles Bascom. Good afternoon.
Hello, and good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to the viewers as well.
This one is pulled away, and Milius will hobble around, but it will go towards the boundary. It's a good shot. It was a bad ball, and got the treatment. Even an injured Milius will put that away any day.
Yeah, definitely a good shot there by Melius. That one does not need the use of the hamstring, apparently. Well placed as well.
So that lead now pushes beyond 250. Still 3 wickets in hand for the Volcanoes. I saw you in Trinidad and Tobago. I saw you in St. Lucia. I've been seeing you at venues across the region. Here you are in Grenada. You're from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Miles, you're on a mission. What's happening? Talk to me.
Well, I am probably most frequently in Grenada, due to the fact that the franchise is based here, and I've been appointed as technical director. And we have put a lot of emphasis. The administration of Windward Islands Cricket has put a lot of emphasis on, trying to streamline things, all the way from the franchise level all the way down to the pathway levels.
Edge taken. That's a 5-4 for Shamar Joseph. The 23-year-old from Berbice celebrates in grand style. It is Kimani Milius who nicks this one behind, and Bramble takes another catch. But the man in the spotlight, Shamar Joseph, a maiden 5-wicket haul for the 23-year-old. And there you see, it was too close to cut. A little bit of inward movement, and Bramble took it quite easily. It's elation all around. 8 down now for the Volcanoes in their second innings. 129 for 8, 254 the lead. Good wicket.
Yes, definitely a good wicket for Guyana. It was clear that Melius somewhat shifted gears in his head. We saw the pull shot for 4 all there, and this was another attempt at an attacking shot. Obviously knowing that singles would not be the order of the day for him with that injury that he is carrying.
Well, a maiden 5-wicket haul for Shamar Joseph, a young player in his second match for his franchise. That is really encouraging.
Yes, it has been some very good seam bowling on show from both sides. I was very impressed with Beaton all year on. Really stuck to the channels, and I think that is probably what lay the platform for Joseph to come in and basically follow suit, which he has done quite well, using the sharp ball with good effect from time to time, but generally, down the stumps, getting the ball to seam both away and into the right-hander, and just rewards for that.
It has brought Demba to the wicket, but Joseph 5 for 30. He'll remember this for a long time in his career. Demba will have to hang around, because I don't think the Windward Islands Volcanoes will be very happy to be just 254 runs ahead. I said just because this pitch is flattening out as well.
Yes, we did see that in the last game. Day 3 and even into day 4. Trinidad was able to hold on to a draw, and batters looked quite comfortable. Didn't seem too troubled. Not a lot happening. Not the type of bounce and turn that you would expect on a day 4 wicket. This wicket does tend to hold together quite well for the duration, for all 4 days of a first class game.
Coming along towards the end of the over. So one person you have to look at is the wicketkeeper, already in 5 of the dismissals. Bramble, end of the over, 129 for it. A successful over for Joseph and for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And the lead now, 254 for the Volcanoes. Yes, Miles, so we're on a mission. Congratulations, first of all, on being appointed to the technical director position of Windward Islands Cricket. It is a very big role, and of course, you mentioned that you're traveling mainly to Grenada, where the franchise is based. But I want to say this before we go on. What I've seen in terms of Windward Islands cricket recently, since I've been here last week and now, I can safely say that the Windward Islands have turned that proverbial corner that we've been speaking about all year round, maybe in the last 40 years or so of West Indies cricket. So congratulations, first of all, on that. And that will really lead this discussion on, because something is happening in the back room where you are.
Yeah, so like it basically took a little bit of, we recognized that we needed to set clear objectives. Yes, we recognized that we needed to set clear objectives, and we needed somebody to basically look at the big picture, and try to find a way to bring harmony to all the various aspects of administrating the cricket. We needed to set standards and hold persons, both administrators, coaching staff, players, everybody accountable to those standards and values that we have put forward.
So how has it been in the other territories? You're from St. Vincent, of course, you may have that under control. Grenada, of course, where the franchise is based, Dominica and St. Lucia. Has it been receptive? The other stakeholders, have they been part and parcel of the development?
Yes, certainly. One of the things that we recognized fairly early is that we needed to have essential point persons on the ground, because of the fact that we are separated by water, and the costs associated with bringing a Windward Islands team, for example, together. We know that we generally have to be able to do some work in the individual territories. So we started by creating effectively a position, a cricket operations position that has dual responsibility to their local board, local cricket association, as well as to the Windward Islands board. So in basically the eyes and ears on the ground operations person who can ensure that the things that the policies that we put in place are implemented across the various islands.
Over completed 130 for 8. So some of the policies, I'm sure you may not want to go into too much of details, but some of the areas, the broader areas of concentration include.
Well, it's basically taking an overview that if we are able to develop individual players, right, we're able to improve each one of our players, improve their skill set, improve their work ethic, improve their fitness, right, that would have a knock-on effect, right? You would have fitter teams, more skillful teams, and the results thereafter would take care of themselves. So things like fitness policies, things like having programs in place for players who have made representative teams, so that they have ongoing work, and it's not ad hoc, it's not haphazard, it's planned, right, and it's individualized in many of the cases. So that is the direction that we're heading to. We're not quite all the way there yet, but certainly we do have a framework, based on that.
Well, having played at the regional level for more than a decade and also represented the West Indies out of the region, you have a lot of experience. So you're actually using some of your experience and expertise to design some of these programs. I heard Mr. Dwayne Gill, speaking about the women's format here in Grenada, where he is the president of the Grenada Cricket Association. In terms of women's cricket in your native St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and by extension, the Volcanoes, what are some of the plans you have as TD?
Well, we want to first of all create that opportunities for the females to play the game, right? So in St. Vincent we have basically two tournaments that mirror what happens on the regional circuit: 40 over tournament and T20 tournament. All right. We have also looked into the possibility of having elite programs, basically where players would get a stipend, they turn up to training, they have a program that is again individualized based on what it is specifically that player need in order to move their game to the next level. For some it might be a heavy diet of fitness work. For others it might be some more batting skills, extending their attacking play, with some sweep shots or using the feet or something along that line. So that is basically the model that we have adopted, basically at the Windward Islands level, with the aim of it trickling down all the way to the youth level, male and female.
In terms of facilities, because we have a wonderful facility here in Grenada, the home of the volcanoes. And in terms of facilities in the other parts of the Windward Islands, are we good there?
For the most part, in St. Vincent we have a facility very very much similar to this one, main playing field as well as the outdoor nets, which basically serves the purpose quite well. Dominica, in addition to that similar setup, they also have a freshly minted indoor facility, which I'm sure will bring good rewards to them, and it's something that I'm sure that the other islands are envious of, and hopefully with some assistance from government and probably private sector, we can see something like that in each of the other islands soon.
So the players are taking drinks here at the Grenada National Stadium. 130 for the loss of 8, 255 still the lead. You said newly minted indoor facility.
Yes, at Benjamin Park in Dominica, in the beautiful village of Portsmouth. And by all reports, it has been put to use quite well by the young players there at the academy.
That really is a reason to celebrate, not only in Dominica but Windward Islands and the entire Caribbean. We've been looking for indoor facilities for quite a long time, especially those that are high standard, so that persons can go there at any time of the day and night, because I'm sure it has lights day and night, and to mold their game in any weather, of course. Yeah. So congratulations again to Dominica and to yourself and to the Windward Islands. Are there any plans to have that in the other territories?
Well, there are hopes. There are definitely hopes to have it replicated in the other islands. I don't know that there are any concrete plans with timelines in any of the other islands. I can definitely speak for St. Vincent. It's something that we have had our eye on for quite some time, but it's a very large undertaking for a cricket association with no real fixed income. So it definitely would require some assistance from the government, private sector entities as well.
So income, it brings me to my next question about funding, because like you said, water you're surrounded by and so on. So how do you move players feasibly or efficiently enough to have tournaments, the intra tournaments, so that you can have a good representative team for the Volcanoes, or maybe for the different levels?
Well, I think that we have just come to the realization that it is a necessary expense. I don't think that there is any real efficient or feasible way to get it done. We depend either on air or sea transport, mainly air transport, the cost of which has skyrocketed of late. But we have recognized that it is an essential expense. It is something that we cannot shy away from. So what we try to do is try to be as efficient as possible in terms of how we move players and when we move them. An example would be, traditionally we have had our our Windward Island tournament in May. But based on when cricket is played, the season basically starts at the back end of the year with the Super 50. So we have now moved our Windward Islands tournament to just before the Super 50. So when we have our tournament, we can go on. We go on to what we call the best series, right? So we select players out of the tournament. They stay on for our best series, and then the Windward Island team is selected, and the selectees stay on for training. So that way we can maximize, the spending that we do have to make to get, efficient, a bit of efficiency.
We saw some dark clouds hovering overhead as we resume the action here. We're chatting with Miles Bascom, former West Indies selector, former Windward Islands player, and West Indies international player. Now the technical director of the Windward Islands Cricket Association. So Miles, lots of plans indeed, but this rain may want to humbug the plans of the Volcanoes in a push for a victory here today.
I'm not sure the rain is the worst result that we can have at this point. A meager lead of 250. Certainly, a bit of time out of the game does not hurt the Windward Islands' cause at this point.
There we see the groundsman on standby. Umpire Gregory Bratwit calls the covers on, so it means that we have an interruption again. And at 7 minutes after 2 o'clock on day number 3, the players go off scampering for shelter. It's not here as yet, but I think it will be here any minute because they're bringing on the heavy covers as well. They just had that one strip that covers the immediate pitch, and then the rest of covers would come. So 131 now for the loss of 8 wickets. Pramal was into his 13th over, so 44.3 overs in the Volcanoes. The second innings completed 255 runs, the lead. So it means that we will have some more time away from this match, and every time we lose a minute, it means a minute more that the Volcanoes will lose as well in terms of setting a target. It also means that the Guyana Harpy Eagles will lose another minute trying to chase a target later on. But it's all part of the game, and we're still going to continue the discussion just a little bit because what I've noticed about this rain, it goes and comes very fast.
Yes, and certainly the facility here doesn't allow for it to settle too much. So pretty much as soon as the rain is over, barring any puddling from the covers, you're pretty much good to go.
Yes, so you start your cricket season quite early, your internal cricket season, and you allow players to stay on for the best of best. How does it work at the youth level and at the women's level? Because we work with a Cricket West Indies calendar of events. We know that the under 15s will play generally in April, on the 17th, and so on in August, and July, August, and on the 19th, and so on. So when do you do that youth program, or those youth programs?
Yeah, well, it becomes a little bit more tricky at the youth level because you have to contend with persons who have school. So it may not necessarily be possible, to have your Windward Islands tournament leading into a West Indies tournament, simply because the period just prior to the West Indies tournament would be sometimes even an exam period. So generally, our under 15 tournament is in December, on the school break. And then their team is selected. Players are given individualized programs to work with in their islands, and then as best we can, we try to have some sort of a camp prior to the tournament where the guys can come together and have a few games. The coach has an opportunity to try to form a bond with the players and then go into the West Indies tournament.
Coaches must be singing from the same hymn book, and as technical director you have your work cut out in trying to get all the coaches across the Windward Islands to use basically the same methodology.
Yes, it's definitely a process that is a work in progress. We do not always get the buy-in. We know how it is with our people. I think it's a general issue across the Caribbean in all facets of life in terms of adapting to change. But so far, for the most part, I've gotten good feedback, because I think that the coaches are quite aware of what is necessary, and they are quite aware of our situation in terms of a sub-region, and the practicalities of traveling and so on. So for the most part, I've gotten good cooperation. The coaches prepare pretty good programs, and for the most part, we have been seeing some success.
I've been speaking to some of the locals. I've been here a little bit now, and some of the locals have been engaging. They were asking if more can be done for officials. For example, they want to introduce younger umpires, younger scorers, and so on, and younger persons, even as curators of venues. Is that an area that you guys are looking at as well at the Volcanoes level?
Yes, well, I always believe that the best people to go on to do these things are cricketers. We wouldn't all make it to international level and have international careers as players, but it does not stop us from pursuing the game that we love in another capacity. So this is one of the areas that we want to develop at the franchise, having coaching courses, for example, ensuring that when players leave the franchise that they are level 1, level 2 certified coaches, so that they can go back and contribute meaningfully, in their respective countries and communities. And pretty much the same umpiring. We look at Dayton Butler, for example, who has represented West Indies at the international level, and is now one of the more competent umpires that we have on the regional circuit. So I think it's important that we try as best as possible to engage the players even while they are playing, help them to understand all the opportunities that are available, all the career paths that are available, because definitely a knowledge of the game, and the type of knowledge that you get from playing the game helps you in almost every area that you can think of in a career in cricket.
So what do you think has alluded to the success or the turnaround that I mentioned earlier with the 4-day team, especially because you're seeing a different approach all round in the 4-day setup?
Well, I would put it down to work ethic, right? The persons that we are seeing performing, these are guys who have taken accountability for their performances, right? And they have taken responsibility as well, right? I wouldn't want to take any credit for their performances, because I know that even when we put a program in place, when we put a framework in place, we still require the players to buy in, right? We still require them to buy in. We still require them to have good work ethic. And so far, from what we are seeing, the players who have really taken responsibility for their own development, they make use of the framework that we have put in place, right? And those are the players who so far are really excellent.
I see there's a new approach to transparency within the franchise. I've seen lots and lots of attention on social media with all of the players training as they get ready to go out in the middle in an actual match, and lots of stuff in the back room as well. I saw Liam Sebastian, who's the current manager of the team, a former captain of the Windward Island side, spearheading that. Is that a deliberate plan to put the spotlight on the franchise, so maybe you can attract some international audience, maybe pushing for some sponsorship?
Yeah, it's certainly a multi-dimensional approach, as I mentioned. You have Liam, who is a former captain, as you mentioned, a university graduate. To have him back in the system, certainly in another capacity, it certainly augurs well for our cricket going forward. Having the interviews, gives the players that a soft opportunity to be free and relaxed in front of the camera, which we know, is something that a skill that you would want to develop as a professional cricketer. And definitely when you can have when a youngster can look at Alec Athanaze fresh off 140 odd, and listen to what he attributes his success to, hard work and looking at the process of batting, and trying to be able to repeat that as much as possible. It certainly sends a good message. It sends a good message to youngsters, and we know that youngsters spend quite a lot of their time, on social media. So it's certainly the best medium to reach that group that we are looking to attract.
That is spot on indeed, and we've seen the covers being removed now. I did say the rain does not stay long at all here at Grenada, and maybe soon we'll have play resuming, and this game is set up nicely. We're set into the day number 3, the second session of day number 3. And just before I let you go, Miles, how do you deal with this? This is a very ticklish situation. We mentioned that we're preparing our players, giving them all of the resources, but then someone else may come in their ears and say, you know what, I have a PL, some kind of Premier League somewhere around, and the player's up to leave. How do you convince the players maybe to stay and develop what you have started, and to develop this cricket, the Windward Islands cricket, and by extension West Indies cricket, as opposed to go and give a player an opportunity to earn big bucks?
Well, if I had the answer for that question, then I would be keeping it very quiet so that I can make some big bucks myself. But certainly it is a ticklish situation. It's a trying to strike a balance between development and owning opportunity. And I think for the most part, all we can do is try to ensure that players feel like they are in a place where they are developing. I believe that if they are conscious that they are somewhere where their game is moving forward, and they can see tangible results, they can see the results on the field, then they can start to appreciate where they are, right? And then it will be easier. It will be much easier for them to measure that up against, some short-term dollars, right? And it's not to say that there are not opportunities for development going out into some of these leagues, because I believe that if players, if they manage themselves well, and they have the right attitude, the right work ethic, they can certainly make some dollars as well as come back a better player, for having gone to one of these leagues. But I think it stems from creating value where we are, creating value, whether it's at the franchise level or whether it's at the West Indies level. As long as players are able to see that, they have the capacity to earn, they have the capacity to develop themselves into an asset that that would appear more valuable to some of these very same leagues. They might end up in a position where they can set terms so that they can choose, right? And they don't necessarily have to take what is put on the table for them.
Yeah, maybe a policy can be developed, and we may have to leave it to the legal minds, especially at Cricket West Indies, that if a player must go, there must be a position where the local franchise and maybe the clubs that player started can benefit as well financially.
I stand to be corrected, and maybe if you have the opportunity to speak to Dr. Shallow, who I think is around,
I would love to have that opportunity.
Then he might be able to shed some light. But I do think that there is something along those lines in place as it is already. Hopefully Dr. Shallow can shed some light on that. Hopefully I haven't backed him into a corner here. But I'm fairly certain that I have heard of some sort of arrangement like that is in existence.
Well, I guess it's only fair, isn't it?
It is quite fair. Yeah. It takes quite a lot to develop players. It's a lot of investment, and it's only fair that something does go back to those persons or those entities, that have invested in the player.
And finally, from me, you may have something else you may want to add, but finally, I've been looking on from Guyana, where I'm based, and I'm seeing a lot of Dream 11 cricket being played around the Windward Islands. Shed some light on that. Tell me more about that. What is the overall objective of the Dream 11 T10 cricket in the Windward Islands?
Well, I've had the good fortune to have been involved in the Vinci Premier League, which was actually the very first of those Dream 11 T10 tournaments, and that has really added, to our local season. One, it's more cricket, albeit T10 cricket, where quite a few persons don't believe that there is any developmental value in T10 cricket. But it forces players to improvise. You learn new shots. You kind of get a sense for what you can do. In terms of taking the attack to a bowling attack. I have seen players like Kavem Hodge, who typically are seen as quite sound, solid, defensive minded in some cases. I've seen Kavem take batting attacks apart, and that would certainly have helped, in terms of the giving himself confidence that he can do that, to quite good quality bowling as well. But certainly, the Dream 11 T10 is a revenue earning opportunity, and what has become the case is that the cricket associations have basically used it, to generate that revenue that can then be put back into developmental programs, right? Because we know that these associations are pretty strapped for revenue. So any revenue that comes in, is bonus. And it also has the added benefit of being very attractive. We have had substantially good crowds. Certainly the best crowds that we have had for any cricketing event, be it local or regional. And it generates quite a lot of interest and passion. And certainly you want to have that, because you always want to be attracting young players to the sport. So I am, I'm very grateful for Dream 11 and these tournaments, and the impact that they are having. Certainly the VPL has revitalized cricket in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we are seeing similar things happen in Grenada and Dominica, right, St. Lucia, as well as Trinidad and now Barbados. So it's a very good opportunity to create interest in the game.
So where will be the next Dream 11 tournament in the Windward Islands?
We have actually just confirmed in St. Vincent, April 10th to 23rd. I'm sure that Grenada and Dominica may not be very far behind that. I think that Tobago might be just before that as well. So there is a slew of them that are expected to come on stream pretty soon. So some fun, exciting times ahead.
So I need to speak to someone to confirm where I'll be staying. I'm just kidding.
You'll be welcome. You'll be welcome anytime.
Yeah. So Miles, it's certainly been a pleasure chatting with you. But is there anything that you want to shed some light on that we might have missed?
Not necessarily. Just to thank you for having me and for the discussion. Always keen to talk cricket and cricket development. I've listened to you, and you have made some very, very keen observations yourself. And it's hopefully if we can see some success or further success, I think we're seeing probably just the beginning of what we are hoping to achieve. Then potentially it can be a model. It can be a model for other franchises across the region.
And that's on the technical director side of things. Let's look at your hat as a former Windward Islands player. 256 runs ahead now, the Volcanoes, 2 wickets in hand. Tomorrow is the final day. How do you think this one will end?
Well, I am heartened by what the Guyanese fast bowlers have been able to get out of the track, even on even on the 3 in the afternoon of the 3, we have 4 seamers in our attack. We see that Pomal hasn't picked up any wickets, and if he hasn't got any, it doesn't say much about what spinners expect to get. So we have that capacity. We have the arsenal in terms of the fast bowling attack. To take whatever else is on offer from this wicket, and certainly 290 probably would be ideal, but definitely 250 keeps the Windward Islands in the game.
All right, Miles Bascom, thank you very much. And in the background, we are hearing the bell ringing, which means that we're getting ready for the resumption. And the Windward Islands will resume 131 for the loss of 8 in their second innings, an overall lead of 256. It gives lots of interest in the final moments of day number 3. And how long will the Windward Islands belong to prolong this innings is the question we'll all have to wait to get the answer to. But we can pick the brain of Junior Randolph Murray, MBE, who has just slipped into the chair, just behind one of the former Windward Islands players as well, now technical director of the Windward Islands Cricket Association. Really sound and solid footing, I must say. Windward Islands Cricket is on. Listening to Miles Bascom, I know that, Junior, the Windward Islands Cricket in good hands.
Yeah, I think it's in good hands. Before the season started, there was a lot of discussion about the new Windwards. And I think the administrative part of the franchise are doing a good job and making sure that everything is in order. The players are happy, performances are up, and as you can see, it shows on the field. So kudos to the administration.
All right, so let's get back to this game now. 131 for the loss of 8 wickets, 256 runs ahead of Volcanoes, prolonging their second innings. How long do you think they may want to be out there for if they do not lose a wicket, or, well, do not get bowled out?
Well, at least once they're out there, they have to keep putting runs on the board, because I think probably the quick wickets before the rain interval, I think probably had disturbed the plans a bit. Probably the 300 total, probably the 290 or total probably might be had to be adjusted because of the current situation out there. So this session is going to be very interesting. And it's up to the Volcanoes batters to keep the scoreboard ticking, and keep a bit of pressure under the Happy Eagle players out there.
So we're about to resume. Rain has disappeared. Quite strange weather we're seeing this week, Junior. Last week we had brilliant sunshine for 4 consecutive days.
Very good weather last week. This week, rain here and there.
Yeah.
I'm sure you believe in climate change, John.
Yes.
I think it's all having its time, climate change.
Yes. Whenever I say that, whenever I ask someone, do you believe in climate change? The answer is, it's real.
It's really real for now, John. I can see it all around.
But it looks good overhead for now as we look down towards the Darbo end, the Darbo Hills behind us. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite is in position. The batters are in position. Preston McSween at the strikers end, Demba with him at the non-strikers end. They went into that break at 131 for 8. We're about to resume with Pamal continuing his 13th over. I rather suspect I can be a bit off, but I think I've gone over my time just a little bit, so we'll wait to welcome Jason Skeet after this over.
Always a pleasure with Jason in the chair. Keep me very excited.
Yeah, wicket usually falls when he enters the chair, so let's see what will happen when he gets here.
You can see Preston must be having a look. Normally Preston will be looking to go corner. Or probably his coach will be wanted to be out there a bit longer.
Long forward to end the over. So Preston McSween, his best innings to date, 0 against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 1 in the first innings here, and now 7 not out. The Volcanoes still leading by 256. More from Junior Murray, and then it will be Jason Skeet.
The Happy Eagles are plugging away. Pamal is hitting his ears nicely. We can see here now that Sharma Joseph is going to continue his magnificent spell of bowling, have a 5 for so far. I'll be looking to get a 6 wicket. But I think the Volcano batters will have different ideas and they want to be out there as long as possible. Welcome back, Jason.
Well, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 131 for 8 after 45 overs. A very interesting passage of play this will be, particularly for the Windward Islands. They've got themselves in and between a situation here, looking to mount a total, looking to hold on to some wickets. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are trying to wrap up wickets and try to minimize their chase. In the air, driving uppishly, but safe enough for the time being. Really can't expect too much from this tail-ending group, but as we say in local parlance in Test cricket, the tail is wagging, even if it's slightly.
Yeah, it's going to wag. I think Preston McSween he's had a high score last season of 8 or something against Happy Eagles, so he should be very confident out there, and we're going to see what happens when he does.
Wayward shot there from Preston McSween. He really need to. I'm quite sure that the captain would want him to always be cognizant of the situation of the game. Good afternoon to a couple of friends of mine in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Keon and Russell at the Bank of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They're tuned in to this broadcast, and they, of course, are very much ardent cricket fans. Good delivery, better played by McSween. Couldn't really ask for anything much more than just keeping it out.
Yeah, Preston look very good in defense there at the moment, keeping out one out, and you can see Shamar Joseph back into his bowling spell after that short break, and he's probably looking for his 6th wicket. He's bowling to tail enders, so I guess his tail might be up at the moment.
Quick single was always on.
Good rotation of strike there. Quick single, keep the scoreboard ticking, keep the Happy Eagle players on the toes out there. It's brilliant sunshine, Jason. It looks pretty lovely out there. Sun is out in its glory.
Oh, you're seeing that a day like today, you need to knock on wood. Because we've had our fair share of interruptions, and it is something that has been predicted from the first ball this morning, really, or even prior to the first ball, because our day started off with a rain delay. So it has been pretty much holding true to form. The weather conditions, intermittent showers throughout the course of the day, and a cool, windy breeze with some heavy cloud cover. That has been the forecast that was set out this morning, and it has held true to form.
I see the Met Office got it pretty right today, Jason.
So that brings up the end of the over, the 10th over by Shamar Joseph, and a spell that has picked up 5 wickets, 3 maidens for 32 runs. Some pretty good bowling figures there. 133 for 8 are the Windward Islands, with Kenneth Denbar on 2 and Preston McSween on 8, and a lead of 258. Junior Murray, a lead of 290, as is been predicted by you folks on the other side of me here. You think that would seem a bit of a stretch right now? How do you think the Windward Islands would fare? What do you think are their chances, 1 to 10, in getting to 290?
It all depends on these two batters out there.
What are their chances, Junior, 1 to 10?
1 to 10, I think the chances look like 7.
All right, you say 7. I like to cut it down the middle. I say half and half.
Half and half.
Vesami Pramal will continue. Pramal, very nagging bowler, not in the wickets column, surprisingly so. He's gone for 38 runs off his 13 overs thus far, but 13 overs, 38 runs, not bad numbers at all, really. needed to just keep his eyes on that one just a little bit longer. Preston McSween came down the wicket nicely, but with his head in the air.
I think Preston McSween probably he had enough. He wanted to get a ball over the boundary using his feet. Wasn't the pitch.
Much better played.
Jason, I think Pummel using the experience. He's bowling to a tail ender, give the ball a bit of flight, let the batsman look up and see what he can do with it.
Well, for Sammy Promal, he has never been, one to operate with too much haste. He would normally set things up. That has been his trademark, really, from the inception of his career, and a very long and successful one he has had at that.
Yeah, he's very experienced. He knows what he's doing. He's very consistent in what he's doing. I think Preston McSween got to be looking at there for that arm ball, which he tends to get a lot of wickets with.
Final ball of the over, pushed up to mid-off, and just the one single. Preston McSween operating like the accomplished batsman here, rotating the strike and keeping it. He has moved on to 9. With him, Kenneth Denbar is there. He's on just a couple, 2. And the Windward Islands are 134 for 8. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would be really trying to press hard for a victory here, because they had a very good showing first game. They won their first encounter, and no doubt picking up a win here would set them up really nicely at the top of the table going into the third round of matches.
I think they're very happy Eagles out there. They're bouncing back nicely in with this game, but I think the Volcano batters would have different ideas.
All right, well, the Harpy Eagles are pressing forward, trying their very best to wrap up this Windward Islands innings. 134 for 8. Some decent work, a bit of work they're having to be put in by the wicketkeeper Bramble, but he's no stranger to this kind of job.
Well ball again by Sharma Joseph, pagan swinger. Actually cut Preston McSween in half, but taken there by Bramble behind the stump. I know, Jason, you being the captain of the Harpy Eagles now, looking at the tail enders with your senior fast bowler beating there, waiting in the wings. What do you think?
He's wrapped on the pad, but half-hearted shot. I'd remind Junior Murray that he would not be able to put me on the spot. I'm the one doing lead and asking the question, so I would not even offer a response to that. I understand how to plead the fifth and move right along. I understand that only very too well. And the Windward Islands, still some dark clouds coming over again, moving across the Grenada National Stadium. The atmosphere would just darken just a little bit, and let's see what that will bring. Oh, lethal. Very lethal, asking questions and evasive actions, even if it's slightly from Preston McSween. A more accomplished batsman would have probably got into inside the line of it and slap him out to mid-wicket, but McSween, no choice to look pretty and just matrix style left alone.
I think well played by Preston. He's watching the ball closely, and young Joseph is running in hard, hitting the deck very hard, and really enjoying the spell of bowling. Bit of show again.
And just as anticipated, as we saw the clouds coming over, the rain continues to invade, and an afternoon or a day's cricket really that has been punctuated heavily with rain. So the players will go off. The umpires have already signaled for the covers to come on. This one really seemed as though it just caught everyone by surprise. It moved from just from dry to wet almost instantly, and a sprint of the covers coming on, and that has brought up another rain delay. 134 for 8 are the Windward Islands, and the Harpy Eagles. Just doing some research on the Harpy Eagle. It's a neotropical species of eagle, probably one of the largest eagles, to operate, the largest eagle to operate within the tropics, and you would find them most in the low-lying rainforest, and Guyana is very known for those kind of tropical conditions because of all its trees, particularly with Guyana being one of the main producers of lumber, lots of trees there, and of course that would indicate that there's a huge rainforest area in low-lying areas. So you will find the largest eagle in the world, the Harpy Eagle, picking up a resident in Guyana, hence the name for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, I think the one of the biggest rainforests. I think you'll find lots of birds, as I said, Harpy eagles, even some dangerous snakes. So probably one of his good days, Jason. Probably we can go to Guyana explore. Have a look for ourselves.
It's also known as what many refer to as the royal hawk in Portugal. So a very distinguished bird there, very distinguished feathered species. And while we talk of distinguished, the most distinguishing feature of the day's play is the rain. Tea will be at 3:40. The last session will see 2 hours of play, hopefully 4 to 6 o'clock, light permitting. So there are lots of variables in this afternoon session of play. The tea break coming up at possibly 3:40. The last session possibly being 2 hours, light permitting, and possibly if the rain holds up for any brief time, that will be the situation. But with what we have seen to this point, unpredictability is the watchword.
Yeah, I think the weather is as you said, the forecast today is going to be scattered showers for the day, so it's really living up to its word.
Well, the rains have diminished slightly, and the heavy covers are just there waiting to come on. Whether or not it will come on, that of course will have a lot to do with the discretion of the umpire, because he is facing that side to the north, really, where the heavy clouds are coming from. The heavy clouds really move from north to south, coming over from the Grande Tang rainforest and moving southward of the island. So once you see those heavy clouds coming just over to the top of your screen right here where you're seeing it, once you see those heavy clouds start coming in there is the possibility of us having a bit of precipitation.
As you can look, Jason, it's a bit clear. It's like it's clearing a bit. Just a bit of darkness there still. And hopefully we can get play back as soon as possible.
Well, there's still what might be referred to as a heavy drizzle. We've had some sort of in-between. There's no really serious distinguishing feature. If it's raining, if it's drizzling, we're never really at that today. What we find ourselves having is a heavy drizzle or a constant drizzle or something intermittent. It has always hovered along the corridor of uncertainty weather-wise.
But looking at this weather here now, I think the volcanoes will have to probably have a change of plans. If we get back out, probably pretty soon, try to bat the tee, get some quick runs, and see if we can get Harpy Eagles in this afternoon.
Well,
if
they don't have a change of plans, the plans will change inevitably for them, and we will take a break here. 1:34 for 8. How long that break will be, it's kind of difficult to say from here, but keep monitoring us. We will get you the details. Thanks a lot to Junior Murray. We will come back here at 1:34 for 8 with Preston McSween on 9 and Kenneth Denbar on 8. A lead of 259 runs are the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Well, a pleasant afternoon to you once again, and welcome back to the Grenada National Stadium. We greet you with the news that we have wonderful sunshine yet again at the National Stadium, and we are ready for some live action in this match. The Windward Islands Volcanoes against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Beautiful blue skies. Oh, Caribbean, how I love you so much. This really is a spectacle to watch, and the world, especially those up north, do not like this because they're in the cold. We are here in the warmth. Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome back to Troy, George, as well. It's good to see some cricket action again.
Oh, yes, certainly. And it's beautiful in the Spice Isle. Weather is really having a turn on the game, but it's sunny now. And hopefully we can get what is set up to be a very beautiful match. And it's anybody game at this point in time. The Happy Eagles have pulled things back by getting some wickets today. And we'll see what happens.
Earlier, I described the weather as being a bit of cat and mouse, but we can go a little bit further. Maybe it's like a trafficator. One time we're on, one time we're off, one time on. Yeah, it's been crazy, but
most certainly
we still have a very good match on hand. The Windward Islands Volcanoes in their second innings, quite a shadow of what we saw in their first innings. 134 now for the loss of 8 wickets, 259 runs ahead. It goes to show how much of importance that 125 runs lead they got on first innings is valuable now to the overall context of this game.
Oh yes, certainly. And the Volcanoes will be excited in the fact that they got that 125 lead, put themselves in a good position to win.
So it's going to be the man with the golden arm, the man of the day, Shamar Joseph, to pick up the attack, and he's going to be coming from the River Road end. Preston McSween is on 9, is on strike. Let's have a look. 5 wickets for 32 runs so far for Shamar Joseph. Now enters 11th over.
Superb from Shamar. And like I said, he had a rough start. Probably got about 10 or 12 or somewhere in his first over. And like I said, if he was persistent, you would get results. And that he did.
I was actually speaking to my countryman a moment ago while we were off for rain, and reminded me that Shamar Joseph was a delivery man before really putting everything into cricket. And here he is about to deliver again. Oh, what a pitch of a delivery. We get some runs belted off of him because there's no one in the onside, forward of square. It goes down towards mid-wicket. So runs after the interruption for rain. McSween goes into double figures. Now he's on to 13. And the total pushes up to 138 for the loss of 8.
Well, the Volcanoes will definitely want to cash in on any loose deliveries that is presented to them. Definitely want to get that runs up to probably, like I said, 190, close to 300 if they can. But definitely would be attacking and hopefully put the Happy Eagles into bat this evening and giving themselves a chance to possibly bowl out the Happy Eagles under the total. But likewise, the Happy Eagles will be looking to see if they can post a second victory.
Every time we go off for rain, we're losing time. So time is very important. Although it's 4 days long, we have to really stop at 4 days. We cannot go on forever. So that is a big factor as well in this match. Pramal yet to pick up a wicket, but pretty much like the first innings was late into the wickets column, but then cleaned up the tail. Here he is again.
I'm sort of surprised too why Skipper Johnson is, persistent with Pramal, where Shamar Joseph have shown that the wicket still gives the Pacers, enough to bowl the team out.
Especially when you look at the likes of Ransford Beaton, who has been off of the attack for a long time, 2 for 26. Niall Smith 1 for 24 as well. Even the other spinner, Kevin Sinclair, just 1 over he is bowled in this innings.
Yeah, and Beacon, who is known for his Yorkers, haven't seen that much in the match, but known that he can deliver a good hard Yorker. Bowling at tail enders, you would think that would be a good weapon.
Well, just Darius Martin to come, so not a lot in the tank really. But every single like this one will help the Volcanoes cause. Captain Johnson is after it. gets there. So that lead extending, but also they're taking time out of the game as well. Last year, you mentioned that game and McSween got some runs at the Queen's Park Oval. The Windward Islands Volcanoes took a lead after the first innings, but then they were bowled out cheaply in the second innings. Then Guyana came from behind to win that game by the slimmest of margin of 1 wicket.
Oh, yes. And now we have another exciting one with these two teams.
There's Moss slowing it up generously, but then by just waiting on it. Pamal tend to give you that loose delivery. We want you to hit in the air. Very cunning, Pamal.
Yes, very.
So hello to everyone in Berbice on the Quarantine Coast, where Pamal lives. Plays for the Albion Community Centre Cricket Club, who recently had their prize giving for 2022. Pagoda Moti was the Cricketer of the Year there. Overcompleted, 140 now for the loss of 8. The lead 265.
Seem to have a lot of top cricketers coming from the Berbice region.
Yeah, Berbice is what they say the mecca of cricket in Guyana. Lots of matches, lot of tournaments, lots of matches, lots of excitement. And because of everything that surrounds cricket, we have lots of players coming from Berbice. And look at the Guyana Harpy Eagles side. Bramble from Berbice, Sinclair, Pamal, Joseph, Smith, they're all from Berbice. You know the likes of Romario Shepherd, who's not playing, Clinton Pestano, Shimon Hetmaya, who all generally part of the setup, all from Berbice. Here's the Berbician on this one. It's tugged away into the onside, runs for the Volcanoes, some work for another Berbician. They're going to go close to the ropes, but will not get there. And it looks as if they're going to come back for 4 runs. That's good running.
That's excellent running. Brilliant by the two batsmen. And you can see Preston, looking to up the scoring rate, doing the role of the vice captain, taking charge, and trying to get his team, up to a good total.
So vice captain, spearhead of the attack, but now with the opportunity to get some runs for his side. Very crucial runs as well. So 4 runs, all run. Here's Joseph again.
And here again, I think that you don't want to probably overuse a bowler. I think Joseph has had a good stint of maybe 7 or 8 overs, if I'm not certain, or
But
probably 11.
Off on and off
Right,
because
on
of
and
rain.
off, yeah. But I think with that effort, you would probably want to give, bring back probably Smith or Beacon, and just to give some life and they have some energy, and to probably trouble the tail enders here.
This is the third fifer by a seamer on this track in 2 weeks. Remember Ryan John in the last round, 5 for 18. Yesterday we had Justin Greaves 5 for 24, and now Shamar Joseph 5 for 40. So the fast bowlers really getting value for their efforts here today. Well, on this track, really bending their back and getting the rewards. Fishing there again. No movement of the feet across Preston McSween. 2 slips and a gully.
Skipper Johnson has maintained the 2 slips and a gully for the entire duration of this match. And I know we have intermittent showers. He has done a couple different things. But I think maybe, if he could probably put just a backward point. He has a deep point, but if he could put a backward point, have Shamar to bring up the ball a little bit more, and maybe could cause a different, cause something else. Because there was a period in time when I think 2 shots came down that region in the air, and if you probably have another fielder in that area, probably would have gotten a wicket or so. The question might be asked, where would he take out the next fielder, yes?
The wind has picked up as well here. Good bounce again from Joseph. He is a short man for a fast bowler. But he is getting that ball to lift nicely and carry nicely. Over completed. 5 runs from that over 145 for a loss of 8. And the Volcanoes continue to bat and bat long.
William Strode from that region. Is it Strode? Or Dominic Guyanese fast bowler?
Oh, Colin Stewart.
Colin Strode.
Yeah, Colin Stewart is from Georgetown. He now works at the Guyana Cricket Board
that's wonderful.
as a territorial development officer, and used to play for the Maltinos Sports Club in Georgetown. Lived in Campbellville as long as I can remember. So he is a Georgetown man, not a Berbice man.
Okay.
Damodar Dasrat, your teammate, unseen in Chattagoon, your former teammate.
Right.
You're from Berbice.
Nice. I love to see Chattagoon back. Short man, well compact, full of confidence. Thought he would have had a longer stint, but such is the case with a lot of players.
So Pamal, who also plays for the Albion Community Centre Cricket Club, like Chattagoon, into the attack. Having an extended ball, now into a 16th over, none for 41 so far. He had to wait a long time in the first innings to get his first wicket as well. Got it in the 75th over of the Volcanoes' first innings. Down the track. Not in total control, but we get a single. Maxwell. So lots of chirping now. We can expect that from the Eagles.
Most definitely. But I know it would have been tough work for the spinners to actually get, things going. But Skipper Johnson still has faith in his best spin bowler in Pomoa, but yet to get a wicket after 15.3 overs.
Demba, who got a 0 against the Red Force and a 0 in the first innings. Surviving, he's on 4 at the moment. Savory, who's just in front of him at silly mid off. A wicket keeper showing some guts, trying to go for that catch. Now it's extremely hot here, blazing sunshine in downtown St. George's. The tournament will take a break after this second round and will resume on the 15th of March with matches slated for Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm hearing some chirping as well about matches being played in Guyana.
Yes, I think the Volcanoes and probably some of the visiting teams would relish to come and play in Grenada. The wicket is pretty nice. We have a century, couple half centuries, couple 5 hauls for the fast bowlers, and I think it would be a really good wicket and country to visit.
In the air. Overhead of the extra cover fielder. Black running back, but just cannot get there. We had 2 centuries, 192 from Milius and 141 from Hodge. Over completed.
Yes. And even Christopher Gale said that he would rather take this Queen's Park wicket and bring it home. First, it is good for batting.
So 148 on the board, getting close to 150 in their second innings. Overall lead of 273. Do you remember in the first innings, the Guyana Harpy Eagles were bundled out for just 169. So if you're looking in the overall context of the game, 273 can very well be out of the reach.
It can be, and like I said, it's Pacers friendly. The Volcanoes have 4 good Pacers in it, and here we go. Bringing back now, I think would be back in the attack is Beacon. Certainly would be looking for him to bowl some steaming Yorkers or even some aggressive bumpers to these tail-enders. And let's see if they can restrict the Volcanoes to less than 1. They're climbing up to that 290, and if they can restrict them, I think the Happy Eagles will be pleased.
2 for 26 from 12 overs before this. Beaton is back and replaces Shamar Joseph, who bowled all 12 overs on the trot, barring the intervals. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 41, a maiden 5-wicket haul for the 23-year-old.
Yes, and I think what would have happened here now that because of the long break and intermissions, Beacon would have to probably find another rhythm to come in here now and put in that extra effort. And I think it's probably a 3 to 4 over spell, if that much. So he has to find a rhythm quickly and to try and put some pressure on the Volcanoes.
Just 2 deliveries away from bowling the Volcanoes out.
Yeah.
When will those 2 deliveries come? We'll have to wait.
It's always nice in the hands of the bowlers when you can just bowl 2 deliveries, while the batsman has to stay a longer interval to obtain a half century or to get a century. So it's sometimes a bowler-friendly match, but the wicket would suggest otherwise.
We're still in the second session. Tea is slated for 3:40 p.m. local time. And light permitting, we're expected to go until 6 p.m. in the final session here on day number 3. And there's all of tomorrow to play for. We'll have to confirm with Jason Skeet what the weather will look like for tomorrow. He seems to have a handle on the weather. But I rather suspect it will be no different than today.
Oh, I don't think so. I think the weather forecast for the weekend as well is just around the same thing. More scattered showers, but very sunny. So hopefully we'll get a full day's play and less interruption, and that we probably get a good result.
Today's Friday. It means that the Premiership 1 in Trinidad and Tobago, 3 days of cricket. The second round will begin today. Lots of Guyanese players playing across there. Anthony Adams, Kevin Anderson did well in the last round. Semi-professional cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. 3 days long. They start on Friday afternoon, play all of Saturday, all of Sunday.
Wow. Yeah. I think before time, Grenada had that sort of weekend cricket going into weekday, going into the weekend. But time has changed. Hopefully now that we have some lights in different playing fields, we can get some night cricket. So, most of the youngsters and folks that are probably, gone out of the age group can come and, be part, and we have a nice gelling of cricket playing again in Grenada.
Quick single. The call is yeah. Today we have Prisal against Central Sports, Queen's Park 1 against Queen's Park 2, Clark Road against Comets, Victoria against Powergen. That's all happening in the Premiership 1, the National League in Trinidad and Tobago. Lots of cricket to look forward to. I'd love to see it happening around the region actually. Players being exposed to longer versions of the game at the club level.
Yes, most definitely. I think if we get that and we get more competitive cricket being played, I think the results would show for our regional team performing and having players that they can rely upon to select.
Cut away, but overhead of the slip cordon once again down to third man for 4. So the over is completed. 6 runs from that. Runs for beaten return over. The 150 is also on the board for the Volcanoes in their second innings, and they're pressing on nicely. The 154 for the loss of 8.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the point of playing more cricket and playing competitive cricket, I think too the government, I think the stakeholders in terms of how they view cricket, how we intend to grow cricket. I think it's still the mecca in terms of as a Caribbean, as a people, how we want to perceive and look and sell our product. I think that the impetus must come from the head, who sees the importance of cricket and sees the value investing in cricket for us to really pump into it. I know it's a costly thing, but I think if we do put in that, it shows that we would get the results, further down for our players, for our country, and as a region.
Johnson still persevering with Pamal, but he's going to switch his line of attack. He's going to go over the wicket now, the left arm spinner. The right-handed batter, Demba, is on 6. Preston McSween quite composed at the other end on 25. So a little bit of pressure as well. City mid on, City mid off. There's also return of cricket to Georgetown in Guyana, where my club Everest is located. It'll be the Atlantic Marine Inc. Suzuki Motorcycle Second Division T20 competition.
Right.
It will resume tomorrow. Match is slated for the world famous GCC ground border, Everest, like I just mentioned, and then Queen's College, the school ground. So lots of action there tomorrow. This one is down the ground.
It's big.
Runs for the Volcanoes, 6 of them. It's now 160 for the loss of 8. Pamal taken to the cleaners.
Yes, and I'm still saying I think that Johnson. I don't know if the bowlers are not comfortable bowling from this end, but I think Pamal has bowled much of the morning period and still at the evening, persistent with Pamal, and the wicket is not turning as much.
Hey. That time we had a little bit of turn. Bere Rubes will take on Sophia at border in the morning. Home team GCC will take on Diplomats in the afternoon. That's at the world famous GCC ground border. Same club where Leon Johnson plays. Maltinos will take on Third Class at Everest in the morning. Everest will be at home to Guyana in the afternoon. Transport against Guyana, like I said, in the afternoon.
That's a T20 tournament, yes?
The transport against GDF, actually, the Defence Force at Queen's College in the morning. And then police against Queen's College in the afternoon. And there's also another match in the afternoon. Transport against Agricola. Yeah, second division T20 in Georgetown. A little bit of turn for Pamal now. McSween still there, still very composed. Sweeps but straight into the field. That's sitting bit on and taken on the shoulders, looks like. And that's young Matthew Nandu, grimacing in pain, but he's walking. Seems to be getting better with every step he takes. So over completed, 161 now for the loss of 8.
Yes, like I said, Pamal trying a different angle, coming around the wicket, coming over the wicket actually, and trying to see if he can pick up. There was a close one, close by the silly mid-on fielder, but no way in reach, and couldn't get it. As you can see, the Volcano players looking keen to see how much runs they can get, and they haven't looked like they have changed. So the decision to declare doesn't seem anytime soon. Maybe giving themselves maybe an hour and a half if they can. Like I said, possibly get up to 300, and then possibly you can have a declaration, which would give them enough time to change and do strategies to see if they can bowl out the Happy Eagles.
Partnership of 32 so far between McSween and Demba is a worrying one for Leon Johnson. You'll have to make some bowling and tactical changes if you want to see the back of one of these batters. And to have Darius Martin, I was actually looking to see on the balcony if Darius Martin is padded to come, because do remember they will take at least 10 minutes. They may very well take tea if the wicket goes now.
Right.
But I'm not seeing Darius Martin. Maybe he's padded, but in the inside.
And it's a very tactical time, patience, possibly playing on the mind of the Happy Eagles. Likewise, when would the declaration come? And as to the weather, the conditions, because in the evening time, you may get some more lateral movement from the pacers, especially coming from your left arm seamers, Preston, and Graves and Ryan John, and definitely you'll get some pace from Martin up front. So I think it's very strategic in terms of giving themselves a time to see how much run they can get and possibly declare. But so far, they're doing well. I think the persistence of Preston and Demba has pulled back things for the Volcanoes, would have put them in a nice easy seat. Feel comfortable so far with that 286, which is no other than the first innings total that the Volcanoes would have gotten. It has shown that once you put in the effort, the Pacers could have a very large impact on the match. And with the Volcanoes having 4 crown pace bowlers to head the attack against the Happy Eagles, that 286 would definitely be some getting.
So Matthew Nandu got some attention from the physio, Angelica Holder. So his forearm seems to be heavily strapped right now after that blow. But he's back at City Mid-on again. Here is Ronsford beaten at the start of a new over.
And that's what I'm expecting from Beacon coming back now, trying to set up the batsmen, expecting probably another 2-bumper and then possibly hammering a Yorker in while the batsman is at the back foot. And we can see a silly mid-on in place just for that defense. And I think anytime now, anything could happen on this wicket.
Almost carried the hand of that field, that forward short leg in Matthew Nandu. So Beaton working with a plan as well. You can see bowling into the body, short ball, hoping that the bat would have fended it off. So that forward short leg fielder actually went to the right of him and got a single. So Demba as well, handling the pace very well. Easy pace wicket, so that's why I think the Volcanoes will want to bat as long as possible. It seems to be a wicket drying out nicely for the batters. Looking to swat that McSween.
Characteristic shot by McSween.
Oh, really?
Not sure what shot was that actually.
Oh, I thought you said it was
uncharacteristic. Sorry.
I was wondering what is that.
Just swatted that ball kind of looping down, and it was a nothing shot at the same time.
Yeah, it was a good ball on the line of his body, so he had to really move out the way as well. So he was actually looking to try to get bat onto the ball, but it was very quick. He's beaten again. This time he uppercuts it, Johnson and Imlak running back, and there's Leon Johnson taking it, a diving attempt and almost crashing into Devon Imlak, but I'm sure he's going to be very happy that at least he's holding on, and he's grimacing in pain as well, maybe rolling over as he took that one, but it is a good catch.
Oh yes, definitely good running. It's never easy running back, and good catch from Captain Johnson. Like I said, the bowling off Beacon, hope he's alright. Fell pretty hard there, but it seems to be okay. He's a tough guy. He's now going to get some attention, but I think he's going to be okay. And another wicket down. Not certain. It seems like both batsmen are going out, so no, it's not. So they haven't declared. I think they probably would see if they get somewhere else. But a good catch again by skipper Johnson. Just what the Harpy Eagles needed. Wicket 9 down now, and the Volcanoes 162 in 53.4 overs. With a lead of 287.
25 runs from 50 balls, 51 minutes of batting, 3 times 4 for Preston McSween. He really held up the Guyana Harpy Eagles for a long time, and a good partnership as well with Demba. 162 now for the loss of 9, and that lead getting close to 290. Many persons have been looking at 290 as a possible safe position for the Volcanoes, but still Darius Martin, number 11, is making his way into the middle.
Yeah, I think if you do the calculations, we have possibly 80 overs tomorrow. We have another probably 2 hours after tea. That would probably give us 30 overs, about 110 possibly overs for the day's play, and well, not the day's play, but the remainder of the matches. That would probably give you just around, let's say, if you score 3 runs over, that would give you 300 runs. So it's still, evenly balanced in terms of, the Harpy Eagles and getting the runs, and the Volcanoes giving themselves enough time to get a wicket.
So the new batter will be on strike. Johnson is back at first slip. And almost bowled, very well bowled Yorker, first up to number 11, and Ronsford Beaton is in the middle of a very good spell again.
Yes, and that's what I said, expecting Ronsford to come in probably 3-4 overs hard, hitting the wicket, and there we see the Yorker swinging inside Yorker, well defended there by Martin, first up. And the lower end of the Volcanoes this inning has showed some fight, and hopefully they will try to continue with that, but Beacon and the Harpy Eagles would have other ideas.
Quite a fair number of clicks for Ransford Beaton in this match. To be very pleased with his work upon return. A low full toss. Darius Martin survives. So successful over for Beaton coming to an end. 162 now for the loss of 9. The Windward Islands last pair at the crease in their second innings with a lead extending nicely to 287.
Yeah, 287. Like I said, you can see the persistence in the lower order of the Volcanoes, and I think that would play some part in the minds of the Volcanoes, knowing that the Harpy Eagles have a long batting lineup, which Pamal has shown persistence and consistently in getting runs. So I think they would want to, press on. Time is at factor, and runs is at factor here, and not forgetting the weather would definitely have some say if we don't get a full day's play tomorrow. But it would be entertaining to see who looks to go after and who is more persistent in terms of their lines and lengths and their attacking play.
So Martin faced 4 balls without scoring against the TNT Red Force in round 1. In the first innings of this match, 2 deliveries as well. When he was dismissed by Pamal, he's at a non-striker's end as Demba takes strike. It's happening on day 3. Just about 11 minutes to go to tea. I'll welcome that tea break.
Red flag.
So something flying into the eyes of the batter as well. Demba, he's just about ready. 287 the lead. 287. Just had a look at that. A bit close. This Pamal very slow. So that was really a very good catch from Johnson running back, the captain. When he landed on his elbow. I think that really shook him up a little bit.
Yeah.
It was down for the 8th count. Got up before the referee says knockout. He got up back very quickly and then celebrated with his teammates because they're realizing the longer he take on the ground, more time is out of the game for them.
Yeah.
So Pamal to continue.
Well, they have caught the ball pretty well today. I think everything that came to hand, they took the catches. I think the keeper definitely safe. Safe with the gloves. Could do a little bit of work in terms of his movement, but definitely once it's in his glove, he has taken it.
So not taking the single here, Demba. Yeah, wicketkeeper Bramble. 5 dismissals in the second innings. I'm sure Junior Murray will be very pleased with that.
Oh, it's definitely.
In the first innings, he had 2 dismissals, so he's having a good match with the gloves, Anthony Bramble. So he actually played a good innings in the context of the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings of 21. Needed to go on, however.
Well, they definitely will be looking, like I said, I think Bramble, Johnson, and Hemraj. I think 3 of those the players average just around 30 in the first class region. So they would be, for me, the key batsmen coming into the second inning, chasing whatever total the Volcanoes would give them.
Over completed, it's a maiden. They were looking for a quick single at the end of it. It was not to be. And that lead remains on 287. It's now 169 for a loss of 2. To remember, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, when they batted, got just 169 in their first innings. And the Windward started to bat with a lead of 125 after the first innings. And now 162 for 9. Add 125 to that and you get 287. That can be a position of comfort, especially knowing that 294 is what the Volcanoes got in their first innings. So should they get anywhere close to that, they'll be asking the Guyana Harpy Eagles to make the highest innings total in the 4th innings to win this match. Could be tricky.
Very. I think in the morning period is key, especially for the fast bowlers. If they don't pick up early wickets, it would be a very, very interesting match to watch and to listen to.
With the likes of Chandrapal Hemraj, who's low on runs and confidence, Imlak, Johnson, all of these guys will be hoping that they can come good in a big chase. But for now, it's Beaton, bowling to the number 11. appeal for a caught at the wicket.
Was a quick bumper. Tried to fend it more than took evasive action.
Do you have lots of
more than-
mosquitoes in Grenada?
Uh,
I get the impression that something like a mosquito was flying around Darius, but he's trying to use his bat to hit it. He looks a little bit awkward on that occasion.
only in certain parts. Only in certain parts. It's but no mosquitoes down in the Saudi area here, so I'm not certain why he was boxing at.
He's a policeman in his native St. Vincent. And this time the policeman is running.
Well, all fire blazing here now. Beacon is working up some pace, putting some all the energy, and Martin was getting some of his own medicine as a fast bowler. We'll definitely see how things go.
Strange enough, the bowler owns a car service in Guyana. So the car is running into the police officer, the car owner. Running into the police officer, and he's actually scampering for cover. Leg slip now in play. Pulls this one convincingly. He's off the mark in the tournament. Did not get off the mark in the last game, nor in the last innings. So Darius Martin gets one. And usually in some parts of the cricketing world, you hear a loud round of applause.
Yes. High score. He should be raising his bat. That's excellent.
Oh, yeah, he is actually raising his bat.
Well done, Darius. After two vicious bumpers from Beacon, able to get himself off strike and put his more accomplished batsman Demba into the batting.
So let's see how long this last pair will hold up the Guyana Harpy Eagles as we get towards tea. Yes, no, in the end, return to the respective creases. The last pair at the crease is also that option of the fielding captain asking the umpires for maybe an extra half hour to get the last wicket. Not sure if that will be the case here this afternoon.
I doubt at this point in time, or maybe because the time is critical. We lost some play,
Yeah.
and you would want to get as much play in even before tea. Good shot.
Just for one, however. I'll take the lead now to 290.
That's a magical number.
I see some clouds building up, and I'm seeing umpire Gregory Brathwaite looking behind him. So we'll ask Nazim to perhaps get a shot for us as we look down to the east.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen the ground staff make any move,
They're probably having tea.
which would suggest that they know best, and I think it's probably just a passing cloud that wouldn't trouble us much.
Oh, leg buys. 4 of them. Darius Martin looking to flick the ball and then using his foot as a second method of defense and got a boot onto it and went down to fine leg for 4 and takes the lead now past 290, 293 in that lead.
They would say well played with the legs. Down to the boundary for 4 and much needed runs to the Volcanoes. Anguished for the Harpy Eagles. Beacon trying very hard, not getting it, and as we can see the overcast conditions coming over the Dabo hills, but looking at the weather, knowing the weather here, it wouldn't cause much trouble. We can see the back of the clouds, the skies are sort of blue, so just probably passing, probably may give some precipitation, but I don't think it would cause any difficulty or harm for our day's play.
Pamal will continue. Demba, very solid.
What's your take on still being persistent with Pamal, even though we have the maybe Smith is
You have
injured?
everybody else. Smith,
You have
Sinclair.
yeah. So sort of strange.
Very strange tactics indeed.
Yeah.
Tying up an end. The others will run at the other end, but just 1 wicket to go.
Yeah, but he's still, his economy rate is still 2.7 with the overs.
How's that? How is that, umpire Braffett? Yes, that was as simple as you can get. And there's Kenneth Demba, the last man to be dismissed, leg before to veer Sami Pamal for 15. And that is the final wicket of the Volcanoes' second innings. And Demba was there for a long time, 39 deliveries, trapped on the back foot and given out leg before.
Yes, and Captain Johnson is probably saying to the commentators that this is why I kept my senior spinner on for such a long time, trapping Martin, LBW, for 1. That ball just pitched on off stump, came back in and hit him just below the knee roll. Nothing the umpire could do but to raise that dreaded finger and to see the Volcanoes innings come to an end. Good bowling by Shamar Joseph. He has the ball, leading his team out. Excellent stuff from him. 5 wickets, and it's really, really, really good. And the youngster coming to play, and he would be proud of his bowling today. I think 12 overs on the trot. Intimate. Rain would always disturb your run up, your momentum, but he kept it, and kudos to him. Bowled the ball in the right places. The fielders backed him up by taking the catches, and it's a good fiver. Another piece of putting another 5-wicket haul in the back of their bags, and he would definitely have a good sleep.
There were 17 extras in the innings as well, 168. It means that the target for the Guyana Harpy Eagles is 294. They have all of the final session and then the entire final day tomorrow to come and get that. So let's run through the scorecard of the Windward Islands Volcanoes as we head towards tea, and then we'll wrap it up for this session. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes, with a lead of 125, began their second innings last evening with Jelani Robinson and Kavim Hodge instead of Kimani Milius, who was injured. Robinson was first to go, caught wicketkeeper Bramble, ball beaten for 3. Hodge caught wicketkeeper Bramble, ball beaten 13. Alicatane is caught at first slip by Johnson off the bowling of Smith for 11. Ambrose caught wicketkeeper Bramble, bowled by Joseph for 26. Justin Greaves caught Bramble, bowled Joseph 27. Devin Walcott caught a second slip by Imlak brilliantly of Joseph for 23. Ryan John caught Pamal, bowled Joseph 1. Milius, with one leg really, caught Bramble, bowled Joseph 6. Preston McSween held up for a long time, caught Johnson, ball beaten 25. Demba, last man to be dismissed, leg before Pamal 15, leaving Darius Martin not out on 1, his best score this season. 17 extras, like I said, 168 all out, 56.3 overs of batting. Bowling for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Niall Smith, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24 runs for beaten. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 35. Pamal, 18.3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 51. Sinclair, 1 over, none for 3. And Shamar Joseph, a maiden 5-wicket haul in the second game for the Harpy Eagles. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 41. It means, like I said, the target for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in one session on day 3 and all of day 4, 294. The players have gone for tea. As players are gone for tea, the umpires are gone for tea as well. We will take a tea break. When we come back, we'll have the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting, looking to get 294 for victory in round number 2 of Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Tournament 2023. In about 20 minutes' time, we'll be back. So until then, bye-bye.
Your screen shows you Nandu and Hemraj. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are taking to the crease, and they've got a task ahead of them. And what should be an enthralling encounter. A lot to expect this afternoon. A lot. Anticipations are high. And of course, looking forward to what could be a nail biter as we go into the final day tomorrow. Welcome back to the National Stadium in beautiful Spice Country, Grenada. Your picture shows you that we've got some clear blue skies coming in from the northeast, really. And that means that we could have at least an hour's play during the course of this afternoon. Play is scheduled to resume at 4 o'clock local time, which is just in about a minute or so, and we should go until about 6 o'clock, light permitting. So this is what's in store for us here at the Grenada National Stadium. The Windward Islands Volcanoes in what could be a good position, mounting a nice total, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles have something to think about here at the National Stadium in Grenada. We're going to get you the details on the totals and the run chase in just a little bit, but let's switch over to our good friend here, Clyde John, the man with 3 first names actually, Randall Clyde John. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon again, Jason. And pretty good contest. Even Stevens in my book right now, with the Harpy Eagles coming out to bat. We know that the wicket is good for batting. You know, the bowlers, especially the pacers, have been able to put the ball in good areas and get deserved wickets. So it's going to be an enthralling encounter to see who will, come out with the advantage.
All right, and of course, let's switch over to Antigua, Jamaica Scorpions playing the Barbados Pride, and the Barbados Pride looking to bounce back after a loss of their first encounter to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're on the verge of victory, many would say, at 54-4-2, just needing just a little bit over 20 runs really, and they require 23 runs to win. So very good news there for the defending champions, the Barbados Pride. They're looking to bounce back. Also in the other game, we've got Casey Carty on 94 for the Leeward Islands, playing against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So another good setup there, 189 for 5 on the Leeward Islands. So good cricket all around here at the National Stadium in Grenada. Preston McSween is operating from the Darbo end. The Eagles would require 294 to win, and they've got a day and part of a session to get that.
This for me is the tricky part of the game. We know that the weather has been on and off somewhat for the day, so this session will be very important, very crucial. Definitely, if I am a Volcano, I would want to ensure that I get at least 3 wickets here this afternoon to help push Guyana back on the back foot. But again, the Harpy Eagles, they would look to just build this partnership, ensure that partnership gives them a good total, a good start where they can really launch from.
Fuller delivery. Preston McSween would want to not bring that right up to Shandapal Hemraj. He would want to just hold it back a little bit. Hemraj himself is a very good driver of the ball, particularly through the offside. So he would want to, McSween that is, would want to ensure that he doesn't operate on too much of a full length.
Yeah, I think he's more looking for the ball to swing, so hence the pitch of delivery.
That's the kind of length he would want to operate at, just on or about the off stump, holding back just a little bit, and we see that one just shaping away. Good delivery. So inside this tail end of his first over, he has hit the right spot, he might be just telling himself. 294 is the total. And there are lots of variables here to this game as it is set up now.
Yeah, definitely the Volcanoes would want to bowl as tight as possible, not giving away any free balls or, freebies, as we would say. Want to ensure that the Happy Eagles work for their runs. And the Happy Eagles, they would want to make sure that they stay there and, ensure that they rotate the strike, pick the ones and twos, put themselves in a position where they can win the game and win it pretty easily.
So a maiden to start with from Preston McSween and Darius Martin. He's already warmed up, I think, because he was doing a lot of running about 15-20 minutes ago. He was doing a lot of running, especially from the striker's end, so he should be pretty much warmed up. And Matthew Nandu, the Centurion in the first game, which they won against the Barbados Pride. No doubt he would understand that a lot would rest on his shoulders here if the Guyana Harpy Eagles are to pull something out of the hat and stun this Windward Islands Volcanoes team.
Yeah, and young Nandu has already shown that he is a dogged player. He's willing to stay out there, and so a lot would rest on him. Good start there by Martin. I've seen that ball pitching on just a good length and moving back into Nandu. So definitely a good start for Martin.
Good lifting delivery, well controlled, did very well to keep it down. Martin has been known to be getting a lot of bungs, especially operating from that River Road end.
Yeah, this is the end that we saw Beaton bowling from, and consistently he was getting that ball with good carry into the wicketkeeper's glove. So Brad, who, as they call him, who is a bit taller than Beaton, will certainly get that ball to lift.
Pretty much attacking field here for the Windward Islands. Captain Athanase pulling out all his attacking strategies here and leaving nothing to chance. There's basically what would be a ring inside the proverbial circle if it were to be a limited overs game. Just one man down on the fine leg boundary, everyone else is in that circle.
What is very interesting there, Jason, is that man very early. That man is there in at the leg slip. So definitely looking to catch anything that is fended off the body by Nandu.
Nandu himself is a very fluid player, likes the ball coming onto the bat, especially in his half, like any batsman really, but he particularly loves that. And for the most part, Darius Martin has not allowed him to be to show that fluid, flourishing drive. He has kept the ball right on the body of Nandu to this point. Really good bowling. Good delivery again. That's the end of the over. The Windward Islands yet to get off the mark. Successive maidens from both opening bowlers, Darius Martin and Preston McSween. So the Harpy Eagles are been kept in check, so to speak, to this point.
Yeah, good areas are already by the Pacers, and we continue to say how well the Pacers have responded on this wicket. We know it's good for batting, but they've been able to hit that length, that constant length that makes it a bit uncomfortable for the batsmen, and building pressure already to the start of this innings.
So Hodge is at first slip, and Captain Athens is right next to him, making up that slip cordon. The 3 slips. There's a man at wideish point, somewhere between point and gully, really. He's somewhere operating in that half there. I'm thinking that maybe Chandapal would just like to get into position just a little quicker to McSween, because if he does get into position a little quicker, he's going to meet that ball, and he's going to have a little bit more, control. But the ball is rushing onto him, really, so which means he's moving a little bit lethargic.
I think he wants to, because of the swing that McSween is getting with the new ball. I think he wants to try and play a bit late, as late as possible, and so hence the reason why the movement seemed to be a bit delayed. I'm hoping that he would allow the ball to swing before it gets to him. So something that he would want to negotiate, wants to ensure that he gets to the deliveries and get off the strike as much as possible.
This time he is forward again, and Ryan John does the cleaning up work at mid-off. This time he was onto the front foot, just right there, just getting there just a little faster and getting to the pitch of the ball a lot faster. This time he was Chandapal Hemraj. Kept it down. Wasn't always in total control, but did well to keep it down, did he?
Yeah, again, short delivery by McSween. We recall that Hemraj was out pulling to McSween in the first innings, and that one, I guess he seemed prepared for it. He knew that it was coming, and so he was able to get some bat onto it and get it down to the fine leg region for one. But definitely a plan there by McSween, to surprise him with that short delivery.
First run on the board for the Windward Islands inside the 3rd over of this innings. 1 without loss. And that brings up the end of Preston McSween's 2nd over. Just 1 off of it. 1 without loss. And this is, in fact, a very tight one on all angles. It's really 50-50 at this stage. I mean, you really can't say who's going to go where.
No, you can't. At this stage, you want to ensure that, we look closely at what is happening, the events out there. The approach of the batsmen will give us an idea as to the plan of the team, and the approach of the fielders and the bowlers will give us also an idea of the plan of the Volcanoes. So far they've been keeping it very tight, and I'm hoping that they would want to restrict the Harpy Eagles scoring as much as possible coming to the end of the day.
So Hodge, Athens, Robinson in that half circle right there. You're seeing catching positions right there in front the bat. Darius Martin has found a spot, really.
Yeah, again, the pieces just seem to be falling on that length that is, bringing the batsmen a bit of bother just right outside the off stump there. You have to get behind it or else you lose your wicket.
The Harpy Eagles will know that they've got time on their hands, so they would not want to do anything rash. They would want to just take their time and see this portion, at least the first hour off, and then you take it from there, go hour by hour, and give themselves a chance, because not losing any wickets this afternoon would put them in a much better chance tomorrow to mount a serious attack to chase this huge total it is. Oh, slower delivery there, just holding up, and Chandapal Hemraj picked it up, so it didn't really balloon to it looks like Robinson in the cover, so he was just right onto it, very watchful, is he.
Again, you give the piece Darren Martin some credit for just using a little change up, just looking to make something happen quite early.
Ooh, that itself was a peach of a delivery.
That's beautiful.
Well, that brings up what might just be some encouragement for Darius Martin within that acreage of uncertainty there. The batsman not certain whether to go forward or come back, and doubt always brings disaster.
Yeah, beautiful delivery there, just pitching and moving away a little bit. Very well bowled. You see a definite ploy there by Martin, looking to unsettle Hemraj, one that left him. Now this one, even though a bit further, a bit wider, came back at him. So definitely he will want to ensure that he's precise in terms of his playing of some of these deliveries.
Normally when the bowler picks up a line like this, the batsman would just take a half step outside the crease and change the guard and kind of get the bowler off what would have been a good line. Lofton hook to mid-wicket. 2 runs, end of the over. 3 without loss. And all 3 belonging to Hemraj. 3 without loss. Over in Antigua, Barbados Pride seems to be wanting to make a real match out of this, because from all indications it seems as though they would have had it in the bag, really operating for somewhere within the 30s for 1, but they have now decided to make a match out of it. They're currently 66 for 4, needing just about 11 runs to win, but those 11 runs may cost them a few wickets, but we're going to be monitoring that. They need to win this game, really, the Barbados Pride. But we're going to monitor that. In the meantime, let's monitor what Preston McSween would do. Nice work by Walcott. He's been very tidy. And knowing that former West Indies wicket-keeper Junior Murray is in the commentary booth, he would want to make sure that he impressed the former West Indies wicket-keeper.
Yeah, definitely. Junior would have something to say about his movements. I know you will be monitoring it pretty closely, and it's always good when you have a senior pro who's been there, can give you, some little pointers, and he's seen it from a very good angle, yeah? So Junior will have to definitely have a little chat with him, based on what he sees.
So the Harpy Eagles have this thing set up nicely. Still require 291. They've got time to do it, weather permitting. We've been interrupted for the most part today with a lot of rain. Not too sure what the weather forecast would be like tomorrow, but we're going to get the details on that for you. We're going to take a look into what are the possibilities for tomorrow. Barbados on shore course now, just needing 4 runs. There's 73 for 4 and just needing 4 runs to victory. So unless something goes really south, we can see, well, the Barbados Pride have bounced back after a loss in their first game to the Harpy Eagles. I think the Harpy Eagles would know that they've got themselves 2 options here. The only 2 options really. Try to attack and get the score or play for a draw, but a lot will depend on the context, not just this evening, but particularly just before lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, the timing of this game would be very crucial. Again, the setup this afternoon will determine a lot. How many wickets can the Volcanoes get? How big a partnership can these two, set up that would lay the foundation for them to launch, a really solid attack come tomorrow. So definitely it is in the balance. Could swing anywhere. Would be dependent on which team is able to seize the advantage here this afternoon.
Straight up to Ryan John at mid-off, which brings the over to an end. Ryan John himself has been paying particular attention to the ball, working on it, making sure he maintains a shine to one side. At the end of this maiden over, he too, Ryan John, would know that his opportunity will come with the cherry, and he would love to ensure that there's a shine to one side that will aid him in some swing, which he has been getting, some good lateral movement as well.
Yeah, all the fast bowlers have been getting, that ball to move around, to nip around. Some of the seam, some, in the air, and definitely that seemed to be posing the challenge for the batsmen, where at least here on this ground, 3 pacers have already gotten 5 fers.
Oh, that's a lethal there by Darius Martin. Been struck on the helmet. That's Chandipal Hemraj. It's always an uncomfortable thing for a batsman, but it's always a welcome sight for a bowler. He's been struck on the helmet and, wow, shaken up. Definitely shaken up he is.
Yeah, good shot delivery there. Martin very aggressive. Oh, taking his eyes off that one at the last minute. Looking to pull, but taking his eyes off it and looking to turn the head.
Yeah, well, he's your picture shows you that he is in relaxing mood, stable position right there on the field. He was struck pretty hard. Nothing to cushion the blow, really. Just the air piece, the air cover on the helmet. Took his eyes off of it at the very last moment. He was struck cleanly, and that is always a painful blow. It looks, it is more painful than it looks really. And 3 without loss. The Harpy Eagles having a concerned situation in front of them now on the field with Chandipal Hemraj being struck on the helmet by Darius Martin. Saw an interview one time with Desmond Haynes, former West Indies opener, who said that when they got to England, at one point they were never really intent on hurting anyone. They just wanted the batters to know that we are here for business. We are your friends. We don't want to hurt you, but we're here for business. And I'm quite sure Darius Martin would be feeling the same way, really, against the Harpy Eagles. I mean, as a bowler, you've got a job to do. And you really don't want to see anyone get hurt, but you're going to have to try and, put some fear into the doubt, into the mind of the batters. Chandapal Hemraj, on the other hand, would know that the best response to this is to tough it out and get a big score.
Yeah, definitely. A hit like this is always of concern. You have the concussion rule, in play for these types of deliveries, but definitely Hemraj will want to toughen it out. Martin, on the other hand, bowling a pretty good delivery, hitting him flush on the helmet, will feel that he has shaken him up just enough, sending that message to the batsman that he has something there, that he can use as part of his armory. So definitely we see Hemraj leaving the field. So
well, we're gonna obviously he's going to retire for just a moment, and good move really by the batsman. You want to take some time, recover, and get yourself in a good position. Tevin Imlak is going to come out now to replace him. He has the Guyana Harpy Eagles are taking no chances. Leon Johnson, understanding the nature of the situation that is in front of him, and he's taking no chances. So he's not going to play the hero. This hero, he is saying, I will live to fight another day. He is not going to play the hero. One person in our commentary booth who knows about playing the hero is our own Junior Randolph Murray. He would remember the name Jason. Not just from myself, his good friend in the commentary booth, but he would remember the name Jason Gillespie. When Jason Gillespie was firing on all cylinders, and Junior Murray was surprised, not pleasantly, but very well surprised. He would give you the date, the time, the year. I'm quite sure it is etched in his memory.
Yeah, I think Junior has enough of these memories that he can share. He would know what it's like to have that tall pacer coming at you, pitching short and having to weave and bob and maybe take one for the team.
Well, he took one, did he? I'm not sure if he took it for the team, but he did take one, and a good one at that too. Darius Martin would understand that a good one is right there. So he will continue now, and this time he's bowling to Tevin Imlak. Chandapal Hemraj will be back, no doubt. He understands the nature of the situation. He will endeavor to be back.
And again.
And Imlak would know for a fact, based on what has happened a few moments ago, he has to be extraordinarily watchful to Darius Martin.
But Jason, on tactical, these opportunities like these present an opportunity for you to be very tactical, and I'm thinking that Atenes is missing a trick right here, right now. You already have one batsman struck. You have a new batsman coming in, forward short leg, or maybe just put that thought in the mind of that new batsman that, hey, I'm not going to let you settle in here. So he needs to be a little bit more sharp when it comes to taking some of these opportunities as a skipper.
All right, well, Darius Martin heard you, and our good friend Rondell Clyde John. I'm not quite sure which name to call first. I know the last one is John. Sometimes I say Clyde John. Sometimes I say Rondell Clyde John. Sometimes I say Clyde Rondell John. But John is saying up the ante. Basically, go all the way out. A leg slip, 4 slips, a gully, a man at silly mid-off. Bring up the mid-off and the mid-on and just press very hard.
Yeah, you have runs on the board, so you attack.
lifting again, greeting Tevin Imlak, letting Imlak know that we are here at the National Cricket Stadium in Spice Country, Grenada. We've got details on another game. We're going to get that for you between Trinidad and the Leeward Islands. We're also following that game. 3 games in action. One already completed, really. The Barbados Pride beating the Jamaica Scorpions. Barbados Pride getting to a very minuscule total. And they've got day 4 to rest. In the Leeward Islands, facing against the TNT Red Force. 189 for 5 are the Leeward Islands, 189. No, that total has moved on actually. It's 211 for 7. 211 for 7. You know, the TNT Red Force won the toss, elected to bat, and the Leeward Island Hurricanes, they still trail by 207 runs. So 211 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago may very well enforce the follow on there. They're in a good commanding position. Here it's the end of the over. 3 without loss. Very eventful. A bouncer, 1 being struck on the helmet, being sent back to the dressing room. New batsman out. Chandapal Hemraj was the victim. Matthew Nandu is there with Tevin Imlak, and good setup here in the context of everything that is before us. A maiden by Darius Martin, and the Windward Islands looking to enforce some more pressure. You've got the chance now to advise the Harpy Eagles. Clyde John, what would be your advice here?
My advice here would definitely be to begin to play a little bit more positively, you know. Look to rotate the strike, getting the field changing over the batsmen at different ends tends to release pressure.
Very watchful. Matthew Nandu understands what is required to get something huge. He's done that already in the first game against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and in this his second innings here. Didn't really get off the mark in the first innings. Didn't really give what we know he's accustomed to, and I'm quite sure that he would want to, pick up something decent here in this his second innings.
Yeah, definitely. He will want to be in among the runs because he loves batting. He enjoys batting. Enjoys scoring big scores. Looking at him, his setup, he models Shiv Chandapal, who loves to be out in the middle, just batting and constantly there. So he would definitely relish this opportunity to be at the wicket. But I would advise him to try to turn the strike over, get off the strike every now and again, just ask the bowlers to maybe bowl a different line, a different length, instead of them settling in.
Oh, good delivery there from Preston McSween, and just peeling outside and just beating the man at second slip. A third slip would have gobbled it up really and put some pressure on this Harpy Eagles. But the Harpy Eagles, they would be very pleased. They've survived it.
Let's look at it again. Driving, just as you said, Jason. A third slip would have really been happy there. That would have gone straight to third slip. And so, again, a trick being missed there by the Volcanoes. Having only 2 slips in and having that new ball moving still. Good bowling there by McSween. It's unfortunate.
Similar delivery, this time well left.
So again, the pacers hitting some good areas and using, the movement of the new ball to their advantage. Nandu very lucky to get off the mark, with that edge.
You would say lucky, and Nandu would say fortune favors the brave.
again, we look for the areas where pressure could be built up.
Oh, this time an inside edge. And just about everything happening here, really. A good delivery, an inside edge, 4 runs, just about everything happening. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles in all sorts of tangles here, but they're living to tell the story.
Very well, we would say the luck of the Irish. This one inside edge and peeling off the inside edge and just down to the boundary. No way that the man at wide fine leg could have gotten there. 4 runs to Nando, looking very sketchy, not really in control. I think the Volcanoes would hope that one of these edges probably cannon into the stump or carry to the fieldsmen. They are bowling well.
Preston McSween, as in local parlance they would say, Preston McSween has fallen on a line and length. And that's the end of the over. Good delivery to finish up the over. Better cricket, well played. And I will play this one out. Some comments from Clyde John, and then our good friend John Ramsing will join us. He is going to be speaking with the Vice President of the West Indies Cricket Board and President of Windward Islands Cricket, Dr. Keisha Shallow. And of course, you'll be hearing a whole lot from them. And John Ramsing, he's ready to take us through for the next 30 minutes. Johnny?
Again, we have a very enthralling encounter, you know. Even Steven still, we're seeing some good bowling by the pacers here on this wicket. I think the live grass that has been rolled into that wicket is really, you know, making a nice game, a nice setup here for a very interesting finish. So again, Guyana will want to ensure that this afternoon they close on a very good total, not losing any wickets.
They will have their work cut out now, nonetheless. Pacers doing very well with the new ball once again. Darius Martin. Good support from Preston McSween. We're now into the 8th over of the Guyana Harpy Eagles second innings. The target is 294. Already 1 batsman down, with Chandrapal Hemraj having to retire hurt on 3. Hit on his head in the last over by Darius Martin. So the new batter at the crease, Stephen Imlach. Short of runs, but he's on strike now. This is an opportunity for him to really get this campaign going for him in 2023. 2022 he had a late start to the season, but came good. Really nice and tight stuff from Darius Martin. Is very quick. From St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a police officer. Earlier, the police officer was running while he was batting. Some hostile bowling. Now he's dishing out some of that of his own. So Jason did allude to the fact that we'll be joined by Dr. Kishore Shallow. And it is my pleasure to welcome the good doctor himself into the hot seat late on day 3. So Doc, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, John. To all the viewers and listeners, good afternoon. I should probably welcome you to Grenada, a little belated, but welcome. You know, I always had a soft spot for Guyanese. You know, my very first trip to Guyana was actually playing for Windward Islands on the 15 team. We had the West Indies tournament then, and since then, you know, I met some really good friends, and you know, some still remain close to me up to this day.
So you said on the 15th, that perhaps just a few days ago. You look very much like 19 only today.
I would just accept that as a compliment, you know?
Right. So Doctor, on the island again, I mean, you VP of Cricket West Indies, big portfolio. But when you look at what you are in the directly in the Windward Islands, you are the president of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Quite a big portfolio. How is that going?
It is obviously a pleasure. Cricket is you know, very, very dear to my heart, and to be involved in cricket and contributing as an administrator is certainly a privilege.
Really a Caribbean man. Says that you're into IT and business as a consultant. But your passion is for Caribbean development. No doubt you're into this cricket administration and moving around the region, taking on the big responsibility of vice captain so to speak,
I think
of
it's
Cricket West
vice
Indies.
president.
No, we have to call it a cricketee vice captain.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the right portfolio is vice president indeed. Yeah, but let's really go straight into it. It's been 2 years almost into the chair.
Of CWI or
CWI,
CWI.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, 4 actually almost. This is our second tenure. So
Right.
almost well in a matter of a month and a half or so, that tenure would be
Yeah, March is
Probably history.
usually when we have AGM,
around the end of March this time around.
and we're in the middle. It's the over completed. 8 overs gone, 14 without loss. So the word around the Caribbean is that you actually will be challenging for the top spot this time around because President Ricky Skerritt is not going to go back. Is that so?
Well, yes, that's my intention. I've had multiple discussions, over the last few months or so with key stakeholders, and there's certainly the encouragement there to become the next president of Cricket West Indies.
So when you look at what's happening around the region with cricket, what prompted you to really run for the top spot?
Well, I mean, I've been involved in cricket administration since 2014, being the president of St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association, and then, serve as director on Windward's Cricket Board, Windward Islands Cricket Board, and then, becoming president of Windward's in 2019, same year that I became vice president of Cricket West Indies. And so, like I said, it's just a passion. I've always said to people that I'm first a fan of cricket, and then after that I'm an administrator. And when the state that we have been over the years in cricket, because where we are now, I normally say to other administrators that we are probably a decade at least behind of international cricket, where the top nations. And so when you see that there's potential and as an administrator, things that you can do differently to make a serious impact, a positive impact, then why not? And I mean, there are other persons who are very capable of giving back to Cricket West Indies, and I welcome all persons, because being an administrator is not easy. I mean, like I said, I've been involved for a while now, and it is a massive sacrifice. And because of that, we need professionals who love and who are very passionate about the game to get involved in administration. And we do have quite a few of those people around the region, but what we need to do is unite and come together, knock heads, and be a bit more creative, and that is the only how we could really say advance our cricket, West Indies cricket.
We had Miles Bass come on a bit earlier, speaking about what's happening with Windward Islands cricket. Windward Islands Volcanoes, I can see in a good place, and I can see it mainly because of the hard work that you and your team at the Volcanoes really have put in. If you look at Dwayne Gill, his track record, Miles, his track record, we had Glenn Joseph as well from Dominica, and I want to say that you guys have been doing extremely well at that level, and no doubt you be more or less looking to go to the next level. You can take that same sort of momentum and that track record to get things done at a CWI level. But when you look at what's happening, different territories, it's happening overthrows here, it's happening at the Windward Islands Volcanoes. But how difficult do you think it will be to get the others to buy into what your plan will be?
Well, my philosophy in leadership is always having an inclusive environment, and ensuring that every member of the board, in this case Windward, have a say at the table, and understand my philosophy, where we want to go, and so on. Unfortunately, in Windward, by and large, we are like-minded in that we want the very same thing, and we understand what we need to do to be successful. So when I set out 4 years ago to be the president, it was quite clear that it is no longer development process or stage for Windward Islands cricket. It's time to start winning, and so we were quite committed to that. Well, everyone understood that it is going to be difficult. We're going to have to make tough decisions, but that is the only how we're going to be successful. And we had that conversation as a board, then we had it with the other stakeholders, meaning the coaches, the players, other management involved, and so on. And I think I could say at this point safely that everyone is fully on board, right? At least they understand what the management and the board, what we want in terms of advancing, how we want to advance as a territory. And we are seeing it, not only at this level now where we have seen some consistent performances from the senior team, the Volcanoes, but last year, we won the under-17 tournament. Our young under-19 girls did fairly well. I think they placed third in the under-19 tournament. So we have seen our young players benefiting as well, and we are confident at this stage that the philosophy that we are all trying to implement, it is working.
So with President Ricky Scarrett pretty much leaving, will you say as Vice President it will be a continuation of what that sort of administration is going to leave behind, or is it going to be something totally new now that you will maybe the chair?
Well, the intention is really, to be honest, John, is within a few weeks' time, I'm going to lay out a clear approach to my leadership if successful. If my bid next month is successful as the president. So at this point, I would prefer, to not go into too much details, but certainly within a couple of weeks, I will lay out my full plan to the entire public.
Yeah, we haven't been hearing much about AGM and so on in terms of rules being changed and what's not.
And that is good, right? And let me tell you why, right? Because over the last probably decade or so, we have had very contentious elections, right? And I do sincerely believe that what we need at Cricket West Indies is a very united board. And if we can, let's say, proceed one AGM that has it on the agenda item as a election, like we have this year, if it goes without, any competition or some of the board members say dark fight, if we do not have that, I think it would be a very good start for a new dawn of West Indies cricket.
But are you hearing anything about somebody running against? Maybe it might be a rumor.
I haven't heard anything.
Certainly haven't heard. Okay, I know there's usually collaboration between the boards and so on as you go for the top spot. I know yourself and Ricky Scarrett were 1 and 2. You said, well, that campaign was said, okay, he's going to be president, you're going to be vice president. If you were successful, who will be your vice president?
Well, again, that is something that I plan to, announce, subsequently.
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Not currently while I'm enjoying this game. So it's probably in 2 weeks' time. I would say the nomination period ends 22nd of February. And thereafter, we'll be quite pleased to put all the information. John, you can get the first interview.
I don't mind. I'd love to skip Mashamani in Guyana just to have that interview.
Yeah, you could invite me over and I come and do it over there.
Okay, we have a match downtown. Yes, Mashamani on the 23rd of February in Guyana. And I'm sure by then you'll be really getting things, fine-tuned for your, maybe not a big campaign because like you said, it could be a continuation of progress.
Well, rest assured that I do have a plan.
Yeah.
I've studied cricket for a very long time, and being so close to, the leadership as vice president has certainly positioned me, in a very advantageous position, I would say, advantageous position to hit the ground running come next month.
So when you look at the guys you have around you, like I just mentioned, the guys at Grenada, St. Vincent, and Dominica. Those are some of the guys that you can really trust them to move the system forward right here in the Windward Islands, right? I asked earlier, Miles, about the women's program. Women's really, have taken off in terms of cricket. Do you see that will also transform to the other territories easily, looking at the bigger picture?
Well, there's some territories who are already doing some very good work. Trinidad and Tobago, for example, they I believe, they have, in terms of a program, systematic program on the ground, they have been doing it for the last couple of years. It's being led by Anne Brown. Then we have, Barbados, they have produced the best players over the last few years as well. So we have some programs established. What we need to understand is that we need to do more. We need to invest more in female cricket. We need to invest more in grassroots cricket. I think one of the limitations that we must accept in the region, all the cricket lovers and so on, is the limitations that we have in terms of finance. We have absolutely limited resources. And, we must find a way as well as generating more revenue. So we must improve our commercial model throughout the territories, Cricket West Indies as well, right? And that way, we can do a lot more. So in the Windwards, I'm quite happy that, again, I mentioned it earlier, that I have persons like Dwayne Gill, who is my vice president of Windwards, and Miles Bascom. These guys, every day we talk about how we can improve cricket, and because again you have that sort of understanding, again like-minded, so then you're able to easily bounce ideas off each other and also implement, and not only talk and discuss and put policies on the table to it, but we also implement it, and that I think has contributed to some level of success so far, at least some improvement. We are not anywhere close to where we want to be, but at least we are seeing, and we committed to it, to ensuring that the implementations they continue, and also that we are buying from these different stakeholders, whether players, management, and so on.
West Indies cricket have been missing like a team sponsor for the longest while. We haven't had Sandals, somebody replacing Sandals. We haven't had those big sponsors. I'm sure that will be part of your plan moving forward. But is there a reason at the moment, if you put on your Cricket West Indies vice president cap, why we're struggling in that department?
We're jumping between.
We're
jumping between. I'm trying to follow you, right? We're jumping between CWI and Windwards and things.
Yeah, because it's a.
But I'm gonna keep up with you, John. Probably makes it even more interesting. But in terms of that, again, it's about your commercial model, right? We have to accept and appreciate the fact that we have a small economy in the Caribbean, and we have to be more creative, right? So there are different things we could do, different things we can explore. And again, it is not limited to just Cricket West Indies, but it's the territorial boards as well, right? One, I will speak to two things. So one, in Windwards, we have been benefiting tremendously from having Winlot as a sponsor, and they sponsor our under 19s, our under 15, and therefore we're able to mobilize our players and across the region. I heard Miles talk about how difficult it is when you have multiple islands. Similar to West Indies and Leeward Islands, right? So they have been, contributing significantly to cricket, and because of that, we're being able to produce our young players. Also, the T10 tournaments, right? When we started the T10 tournament in St. Vincent and Grenadines just after, during the pandemic actually, we saw it as a great opportunity to advance and improve our commercial model. Right, and we were able to generate significant money there, and so subsequently you had Grenada, you had St. Lucia, you had Dominica, Trinidad, and so on, Jamaica, and Barbados having it. It is quite a successful tournament that the different countries, territories could have, and national countries like national territories like boards like Grenada Cricket Association and so on could benefit from this. So if you could explore different business ventures, right, then the different territories, Cricket West Indies could benefit significantly from more funds, more revenue being generated.
Yeah, good that you mentioned the T10, because when you look at and the reason I'm pretty much using you for the Cricket West Indies aspect, because Miles touched a lot on what was happening at the Volcanoes level.
If you realize I'm wearing my Windward Islands top today. Dwayne advised me to wear it today because I might be meeting with you this afternoon.
Yeah, so and it's very photogenic as well.
And we have a presentation for you as well, because Dwayne said that you love Grenada and Windward so much that we must present you. Let me put it for the camera to see. Our volcano.
Right.
Cap.
Well, yeah, you must sign it as well before you leave.
Of course.
I must thank you very much for this, and Dwayne Gill as well.
Yes.
Thank you. But I hope you're not leaving in a hurry.
No. That's right. But I mean, again, and the CEO and the commercial department at Cricket West Indies, they also appreciate that we need to do a lot more to increase our revenue and so on. I'm sure that they're in the market as we recover in the Caribbean. Probably come over to Guyana soon as well.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. So, because I was going to get to the point of limited overs, we have a good start of T10, the Dream 11 T10 in the Windward Islands, and it's going to be moved around the region as well. But when you look at T20, which is very viable in terms of commercial, with CPL bringing lots of revenue and so on, is there a possibility that we can have our own version? I know there's some contract or something that is in place, because we want to get more players exposed to the world, because what you find at CPL, the same players are being regurgitated because you don't have a tournament where you can spot new talent other than the T10s that we'll be playing.
Yeah, and certainly we have so much raw talent across the region, right, that you want to have every opportunity at unearthing or identifying those talented players. And I've had discussions with the management of CPL about how we could find, how we could expose or identify new talent, right? So when we have, for example, the T10 tournaments across the region, why these CPL owners and their managers or scouts, don't look at those tournaments and so on. The challenge with having a domestic T20 tournament, which is what I think you mean,
Yes.
right, is obviously again cost, right? Every event is more than likely going to cost us, probably near $5 million US, right? And then you have to ensure if you're going to have a tournament like that, it cannot be just for development. You must be able to at least break even from it in the first couple of years, and that is something that we must explore, one from a cricket perspective and from a commercial perspective.
CPL indeed bringing in lots of revenue, but we have to look as well at the 50 overs because Super 50 this year, well, Super 50 over the past couple of years have been towards the end of the year. And do remember there's a 50 over World Cup coming up this year. So I'm sure there might be a thinking to bring the Super 50 forward. And I don't want to jump the gun to ask you when, but I would love to know if there are plans indeed to do that.
Well, what I can tell you is that I know Jimmy Adams, our director of cricket, and his committee, they're working quite hard to ensure that those players who will be representing us at the ODI, World Cup, that they have as much exposure and much playing time, match time as possible before then. And you need that to ensure that you select your best players. So the selectors for sure would want to see those players in action, over the next few months, starting from next month in South Africa. So I'm not sure at this point with the date of the Super 50, but what I can confirm is that Jimmy Adams and his team, they're trying to see how much games the team could get before going to that World Cup.
So when you look at what's happening at the 4-day level now, we're going through formats as we can see. The 4-day level, we have had 4 centuries already, with young Casey Carty getting out on 92 today, missing out. Young Matthew Nandu is at the crease right now, got the first 100. Kimani Milius converted to 192. Atene is 141. And Bravo, the experienced campaigner, got 100, even 100.
Yeah.
So runs being scored, and it's a very shortened version of the 4-day tournament. Let's get your thoughts, first of all, on the current tournament, which is just 5 rounds short.
It's great that the players are capitalizing on the opportunity. Playing first class cricket is so important for these guys. The more time that they have in the middle, obviously you're gonna see improvement. And what is impressive, even more impressive this tournament so far, is that the youngsters seem to be the ones, really, performing, excelling. So you have, like I mentioned, former West Indies under-19 captain Kimani Milius scoring that brilliant 192, I think it was. And then Alec, and I'm speaking first from the Windwards, Alec, the young captain, 24 years old, and just a debut season as captain, scoring his 4th century. Nandu, who is only 19 still, he played a very patient and classy knock in the last game. So that is quite impressive. Bravo is going to score 100. He is naturally talented and class. So I expect that from him. And I was a bit disappointed that Casey didn't get his 100 today. But certainly it's good that the youngsters are grabbing the opportunity, putting pressure on the senior players to perform. And I think that is perfect for Cricket West Indies.
So how soon do you think we might see the return of 10 rounds of the first class cricket?
It is ideal because, as I mentioned earlier, you want the players to play as much first class cricket as possible. But then we have to be practical too. Currently it is just, you came from Guyana to Grenada. It's still so difficult to travel across the region. We're hoping that is fixed pretty soon. However, we are also happy and excited about the series after these 5 rounds. The Headley Week tournament that I think will be played in Antigua.
Right.
So at the end of that, mostly the teams, I think all the players who obviously reach that level, who are the players who are selected for that tournament, I think they'll probably end up playing eight rounds, I think. So they still play a lot of cricket. Plus, I know the high performance department, they are planning as well to have, a team tours, or the emerging team would be touring as well. So these players, I believe, would still get a lot of cricket for the rest of the year in red ball cricket, and hoping that next year we will continue, go back to the drawing board and see what is possible then.
So with-
Hopefully, regional airline and so on improve. Regional travel improve by then.
Yeah, so with traveling being a major concern, matches we saw last year being played in Trinidad and Tobago, pretty much most of it, a few were played in Barbados. This time we see some matches right here in Grenada, and of course in Antigua and Barbuda. Most of it will be played in Trinidad and Tobago for the latter part of the tournament. Is there maybe a model going forward to have all the tournaments condensed to maybe one or two venues?
Not necessarily. It's
Okay.
at this stage, I mean, the situation is so fluid, right? Now we just have to keep monitoring it and hopefully, if regional travels could improve, like I said before, not as expensive as it is now, or not as unreliable as it is now. Hopefully we could get back, because you see, it is important that we take cricket to the different islands as well. Whether it is Guyana, whether it's Dominica or Jamaica, it is quite important that youngsters there in the country could come and watch first class cricket and so on. So while we are televising it or broadcasting and streaming it, and putting it on the radio, we still need to take the cricket to the different islands. So we just have to wait and see and hope the situation improves.
Windward Islands Volcanoes having home advantage here. You can see how prepared they are because they know the venue and exactly what to expect in the different parts of the day. Fresh pitch, wearing pitch, tired pitch, and moving the players around to the different territories in the first class matches will do that as well. So when they go to play, let's say Sabina Park, they already have experience of playing at Sabina Park. So I do take your point. So with that said, I also heard that some matches may be shifted to Guyana before this tournament is ended. Remember, we'll have a month's break, then resume with some matches in Trinidad and Tobago. I heard that some matches may be moved from Trinidad and Tobago to Guyana. Is that so?
It seems as though you're well informed.
I'm just
John.
asking.
Yeah. But I think there's some considerations there.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect over the next 7 days or so, a decision will be made one way or the next. Again, they have to consider the different, logistics and so on to see, what is possible, traveling and so on. So within the next 7 days, there should be definitely an answer.
I'll stick around for 7 days just to confirm.
Or you can stay in Grenada for as long as you want.
Well, thank you very much for that. So, the calendar, the international calendar, now let's take a look at that. What's happening for the Caribbean this year internationally? Who's coming? Where are we going?
We have India and England, the two, big tours for this year. I think, soon we're going to have the venues and the fixtures confirmed as well, but those are going to be two massive tours for us in West Indies, commercially and otherwise. Also, it's a great, opportunity for our players to play against these two top teams, top nations. I mean, if we want to be at the best where we're hoping to return in a couple of years, not too far from now, we have to play against these teams more often and compete. So those are the two big tours that we have coming. I can't give you the exact date out of my head now. You probably have them already, John. but those are the two main tours that we have in the Caribbean this
So
year.
we have the World Cup as well, but other than that, we're with the West Indies team. Currently in Africa, in Zimbabwe, then we go across to South Africa. Any other international tour that you're thinking of that you?
Yeah, there are definitely more cricket in them, but at this point, I can't give you them out of my head.
Not a problem. But what I know for sure, I think I compiled a list as well, and you may want to have a look at this list. This is not totally accurate in
I
terms
look like
of
you're scoring, John.
it's not totally accurate, but what I managed to put together, some of the guys that are not part of this 4-day tournament and are not with West Indies in Zimbabwe, the likes of Shea Hope, Shimon Hetmaya, Romario Shepherd, Kimo Paul, Sherfin Rutherford, Nicholas Pooran, Rovman Powell, Brandon King, Obed McCoy, your very own Andre Fletcher, McKenny Clark, Johnson Charles, some of the names that are plying their trade in limited overs cricket, but franchise cricket. Was it how difficult it is to get these guys to stay and develop what we trying to get as a West Indies product?
Yeah, I'm not really against a player going and playing his trade, other places and in different leagues, especially if they're not selected at the international level. However, what we have to do is ensure that we offer a product to the players to entice them to play this cricket. So, for example, we have to make them, interested in playing Test cricket again. Because if they're interested in playing Test cricket, then they will be playing this 4-day tournament. And there are a few different areas that I believe if we improve on, that we'll see the return of players in this level, this format. So it's just a matter of finding ways to ensure, and this has to start from a youth level, right? Where we sort of instill in the players a certain values and different things. I just don't think that. I think we have overlooked these different factors over the years. And again, it's going back to the drawing board. This having discussions with the players what they want from cricket and so on, and encouraging them. But at no point am I going to encourage anyone to say stop players or discourage them from going and playing. And I mean, they're very talented players and they should be paid. And I think that if so when Andrew Fletcher is not here, you have different players. So you have Kimani Melius, you have Haj and these other youngsters, getting an opportunity. And I'm sure that is similar to the different territories. Barbados, they have probably a second team playing there now because the absence of Jason Wallace. But it is exposure, and we are seeing more talent, right? So what we have to do is just to ensure that all our players are available at the international level, and have them committed to West Indies cricket. But I'm quite fine if they were to miss. And I mean, there might be the argument that by not having the best players in this tournament, it may take a bit longer to develop these players, because obviously if you play against your best players at this level, then it's good. But I think that we just have to try and get all our players up to a certain standard and just accept that you're not going to stop players from going away. So we just have to ensure we develop a broader pool of players, and good standards, so that we could ensure that all our tournaments played are well competitive and so on.
Yeah, we were speaking a lot about Guyana. I just want to ask you a very straightforward question. What is your relationship with the Ghana Cricket Board?
I think we have a good working relationship. We whether it's President Bisoon Dial Singh or the other members. I spent some time in Guyana during the CPL.
Yeah.
And we were all discussing cricket and so on. And I think we are on the same wavelength in what we want for cricket and so on. So we have a good working relationship, a very respectful one. And again, my philosophy in leadership is ensuring that everyone involved, because I understand the sacrifice and the commitment, for somebody to be involved in cricket administration, John, you have to have a passion for it, right? And there are times we are going to make mistakes, because none of us, we're not perfect, but we just have to try and work together. I think that is key. And if we all work together and have a common goal, right, that we want to advance West Indies cricket, and then we make the right decisions, in line with that, and I think we'll be all right.
32 without loss, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Nandu still there, 18, Imlak with him on 10. The target 294. Dr. Kishore, we have to take a drink. So the players are having a drink. I'm not saying that we take a drink now. I'm in the island. I'm in the island until Sunday. We must have some coconut water.
At least
some coconut water. Yeah, but administration in the Caribbean is very, very difficult. Some of the challenges that you want to overcome once you ascend to that leadership.
For me, the most important is obviously generating more revenue. We must find a way. And I mean, my background is business administration. I'm very keen to remodel our commercial department and ensure that we focus more on venturing, because it can't just be when we host international series that we generate funds. So we have to find different ways. I think it's possible. I have a few ideas already, and I know there are others across the region who have ideas who I would love to bring them to the table and discuss that. So again, in leadership, right, and Dwayne Gill and Miles, they would confirm that my style of leadership is to ensure that the different voices are heard, because there's no one individual could save West Indies cricket. So I do not have all the ideas, but what I'll be very keen to do is to facilitate the persons who have the ideas and to ensure that the best ones are implemented, right? And I think that if most of us approach it, cricket administration and sports administration like that, I think we'll have more success.
It's a lot of hard work still to be done, but you seem very capable. Like I said, you've done very well with the Volcanoes. I know you're going to transition. We already started with the West Indies at that level. I'm sure that your relationship with President Skerritt is really good. You had your separate portfolio and responsibilities in that. What were some of those? Let's see if we can maybe do a follow-up on your success rate over the past couple of terms. What you were looking at, selection, I think it was one of the things.
That was one of the we had a task force to review the selection system, and I think we were quite successful in implementing a selection policy. In fact, it was the very first selection policy that West Indies ever had. Cricket West Indies, dated back before to West Indies Cricket Board So to establish a selection policy, it's something that you probably think, well, how a selection policy wasn't in place, but it was, I guess, an oversight. But it was important that we implemented that. Quite recently, we also did a review, which I chaired the committee to review the franchise system. What we found over the years is that Cricket West Indies has been investing, millions, in this system, and we weren't getting the sort of output that is certainly not value for money, right? And it was important to look at the different areas how we could improve it, the deficiencies that exist. And currently, there's a report before the board, and the board has agreed to proceed to implement the recommendations from that report.
And some of the other responsibilities you had, if you don't mind.
Well, I've been working my first 2 years. I was the chairman of the HR committee, so that was my portfolio. And in the last couple of years, I've been working, along with Jimmy Adams, and the cricket department.
So track record looking really good then.
Well, track record is work in progress, and one of the things with Cricket West Indies is that it's not going to be success overnight, right? I think again we have failed to implement, systems in West Indies cricket, and until we establish and implement and establish those systems, we are not necessarily going to advance at the rate that we want. As a as a fan, we want to win all the time.
Yes.
Right. And if we want to win all the time, then we have to ensure that our systems are, in keeping with modern practices, best practices. So what England has, what Australia has, what India has, right? And they obviously have more resources than us, right? But we have to find a way to ensure that we're there, because it's almost unfair to our players, right? That the only time they access first class facilities is when they go on a tour, right? And that is the harsh reality, right? So we have to find a way to ensure that our systems improve. That is something we discussed at Windward's level. We realized that when we inherited the leadership of Leeward Islands, although we were previously on the board as director, we realized our system it was quite weak, and I'm not surprised that we haven't won much over the years. And systems, it also, it includes all the stakeholders, right? So for example, the players must understand their role as well, right? And that is one of the things I believe at this level why we have achieved some level of success so far, because we have ensured that the players understand their role, management understand their role, putting policies in place, and just trying to ensure that we create systems that one could be maintained even after we gone. So even though whenever we move on, Dwayne, Miles, myself, whenever we move on, there must be a clear plan in place that can continue thereafter.
They say a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. And I tell you what, you have been doing that. You are a leader, Dr. Shallow.
Well, I have realized, right, that it's not so much about me, but again, it's ensuring that the people around me, understand and contribute. And you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised, John, that well, I normally say a leader is only as good as his, associates, the persons around him. And I could clearly say that without the involvement and the keen daily advice of Dwayne and Miles and all my other directors, Cricket West Indies, Glenn, Joseph, Julian, Charles, and all these other guys, we have a solid team at the Windward's board. And again, because of that, we have been able to, start seeing some improvement.
So we have some rain here now at the Grenada National Stadium, so we're going to be held up for a little bit. Here's a beautiful rainbow nonetheless. We cannot have the rain, I don't have the rainbow. So it's like, Beauty and the Beast.
Yes, that's Grenada for you.
Yeah. So as we get ready to wrap this up as well, Dr. Shallow, I'm sure you have perhaps some other notes you want to share with us.
Well, again, it's just to encourage, West Indian fans. And I know that, again, I'm a fan, first and foremost.
Right.
But
there are no fans here at the Grenada National Stadium.
Well,
it's free.
It is. You have to be very practical, John. And that currently, everybody, we have to seek employment, right? And so I'm sure that most persons, would love to be here, but they have to be on the job. And what actually, because I observe it that persons are not coming on, not only in Grenada, but in Antigua as well, where you see the other games. But when you look at the stream, you see in thousands. I remember the last game between the Leewards and Jamaica. It had over 3,000 viewers at the time. So it's quite clear to me and obvious to me that people are still very interested in cricket, right? And that for me is quite comforting. I know, as I was saying before, that as a fan, I'm ready for some success for West Indies cricket. I'm quite keen. I believe in winning, and we have to do more to win. We have to hold players accountable a bit more. We have to hold management, everybody in the system. That is something that we discuss at Windwards. Everyone, we have to be accountable for our whatever we are responsible for. And I think if we can do that right across the board in cricket West Indies level, top down, then I think it'll be a good day for West Indies. And we hopefully, John, not too far from now, persons like yourself and others could be celebrating a bit more often.
Yeah, with your leadership, I told Miles earlier that the Windward Islands volcanoes have turned the proverbial corner. And I'm sure once we get up to that next level, as president of Cricket West Indies will be able to see the corner so they can turn it a bit faster.
Yeah, I'll tell you at the end of the season if we have turned that corner. But for right now, I would say that I'm quite happy with the programs that we have. If one of the things that I could share with you as well, when you look at our calendar of events for the year, you have Easter, you have almost all our youth teams engaged, summer, very similar. And then we have Windward Islands tournament and so on. So what we are doing is putting the system in place that even though it doesn't happen immediately, we know that we'll continue, improving year by year. And eventually, I think we'll be at that stage where we could be comfortable. And not saying that we could probably say then that we have turned the corner. And not only turned the corner, but we are playing the sort of cricket consistently that we want.
All right. So there you have it. Dr. Kishore Shallow, Vice President of Cricket West Indies, President of the Volcanoes, you want to say the Windward Volcanoes, and of course, President of the St. Vincent and Grenadines.
I hope you're able to wear that cap in Guyana when you go back home.
This hat came with love
Yeah.
from Grenada and from the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
And
So-
you wear it with pride and passion.
With
at
pride
home.
and passion.
Win or lose today.
Win or lose.
So who you support? Do you have a favorite in this game, John?
Yeah, I would love to see the game going to the end and not rain affecting it.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a good battle whether the Guyana Harpy Eagles will get 294 to win or the Volcanoes can be able to pick up 10 wickets. Doesn't matter. I support good cricket.
You've watched a lot of cricket though. At this time, what's your call?
I think if we don't have any more rain, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will win by 1 wicket.
Okay, I know who you're supporting, John. Thanks again for coming to Grenada, man.
Yes,
Okay,
it's
good.
been a pleasure. I want to thank you publicly and Dwayne Gill for the invitation as well. And I'm sure I'll be getting some more emails after this with some more invitations. So that's it, Dr. Shallow. 35 without loss. The Guyana Harpy Eagles looking for 294 to win. It's been cat and mouse situation all day with the rain and the sun. And now we're having another delay. And that, look, my friends, that is not looking very promising at all. It looks dark in the area where the rains come from. Machunandu is holding form. Had some anxious moments early up in his innings. He's on 18. Devon Imlak is on 13. Earlier we saw Chandrapal Hemraj being hit on his helmet and left the field, retiring hurt on 3. Darius Martin with the ball in hand at that time. So, no wickets yet for the Volcanoes. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles are pressing on, 35 without loss. And rain again here at the Grenada National Stadium. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, you can see 259 runs away from what would be a come-from-behind win. Still a far way off. Lots of time still in this game. But at this time, we want to take a break. And then when we have some more action, we will come back right here in St. George's. And for the final time, welcome back to the Grenada National Stadium on day number 3. It is stumps on day number 3. The umpires, after the covers were removed, went out, had an inspection, and felt it was a bit too dark for play to continue on day number 3, with Guyana Harpy Eagles looking to get 294 for a come-from-behind victory, 35 without loss at stumps. Opener Matthew Nandu, the 19-year-old, is on 18, with him Tevin Imlak on 13. Still 259 runs away from victory, and I think it is the right decision. Looking outside, it is very dark, and I don't think, memory serves me well, that we have played it this late on the 2 previous days. With me, Jason Skeet. Jason, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 259 runs away from victory, and if you look at what's happening, another day truncated, another day shortened because of the weather, but full of excitement.
Oh, excitement, no doubt, loaded with excitement. And it really sets up for a good finish on day 4 because the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be backing themselves to get this total, save and except some intervals from rain and rain delay. They will be backing themselves to get this total on a good batting wicket. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, on the other hand, they see what the wicket is doing, especially for the quicker bowlers, and they too will be looking to employ a lot of their quicker bowlers. Ryan John, he's been doing very well, especially on this wicket. So too is Darius Martin and Preston McSween. Justin Greaves has also been getting some good movement from his quick medium, so to speak. So a good day set up on day 4. It could really go any way.
Starting the day on 48 for the loss of 2. In their second innings, the Volcanoes were eventually bowled out for 168, and the top score of the innings, Justin Greaves 27, Sonny Lamris made 26, 23 from Tevin Walcott, Preston McSween down the order 25, but it was a 5-wicket haul from the rookie Shamar Joseph, playing just his second first-class match, that stole the headlines today.
Of course, fantastic bowling. I mean, he put the ball in the right areas just there in that corridor of uncertainty and putting some doubt in the minds of the batters, and he really and truly reaped the rewards. Well deserved, good 5-wicket haul.
Yeah, but in the end, the Guyana Harpy Eagles set a target of 294, ending the day on 35 without loss. Had some scary moments, especially when Chandrapal Hemorrhage, the established opener, was hit on his head by Darius Martin, trying to evade a bouncer. He had to leave the field, retired hurt for 3. But Matthew Nandu, playing in edge end, is still there. He's on 18. And Tevin Imlak, the West Indies 18 batsman, is on 13. Some good signs still for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, he took his eyes off of it at the very last minute, and I think that was to his detriment because the ball did come in very quickly from Darius Martin. It was a quicker delivery. He's a quick bowler, but sometimes he knows how to generate the extra pace, and I think he did that with that particular delivery. And Chandrapal Hemorrhage just took his eyes off of it at the very last moment and paid a hefty price. But he's retired, not out, on 3, as you say, and it can really go any way for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Sharing the new ball, Preston McSween 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Darius Martin 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. And the 2 persons that took 5-wicket hauls at this venue, one in this game, one in the previous game, Ryan John 2.3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6, and Justin Greaves 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3. The bowlers used, and just before we wrap things up, finally, there's a raging fire at Perica Market in Guyana, and many persons are affected. I want to say my sympathies really to those that are affected, and I hope better sense will prevail as well. So you're checking the weather. What's happening for tomorrow?
Well, basically from what we're seeing ahead of us tomorrow, our weather forecast says that we're going to be maxing out about 29 degrees. The real feel is going to be somewhere between 32 and 33. So it's going to be a good day for cricket, all things holding equal. Partly sunny, windy, and a passing shower. So we will get some water tomorrow, but according to the weather forecast, it's really nothing like what we would have received today. And that's a good sign, right? Today, we were really interrupted consistently with rain. It really took out a few hours of the day's play, and we're in for a better chance tomorrow. Looking at it, we're anticipating like a 37% cloud cover, which means it is going to, we're going to get some open skies, all right? And in the morning time, it's going to be a little bit dicey, but as we go through the afternoon, it's going to clear up just a little bit. A 80% chance of those passing showers, but save and except those passing showers kind of early in the morning period. The afternoon period will sort of level itself out, and so we should have a really good day of cricket, barring 1 or 2 slight interruptions.
Anthony Bramble, 14 dismissals, the best so far in early days yet of this tournament. Alec Atene is the most outstanding batter with 244 runs, and with 12 wickets we had Akeem Jordan, 11 to Veerasammy Permaul, the Barbados Pride, completing victory today, bouncing back from defeat in the first round to complete a victory today inside 3 days in their match in Antigua.
They needed that more than anything else, really, because after going down to the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the first game, they really needed to show the heart of champions and really come back, and they did that in impressive form. Winning a game in 3 days is by no means something very easy. It means that they did a whole lot of work and they really stuck to the task, kept a good steady head on their shoulders, and reaped the rewards.
Their victims on that occasion, the Jamaica Scorpions, and in the other game it's high scoring, but it's also set up nicely for an enthralling finish on day number 4. Thank you very much to the guys at Premier Insurance in Georgetown and in Nig on the Quarantine Coast. Thank you guys for all the support. And that is where we end the broadcast today, live from the Grenada National Stadium, day number 3. And let's look at a summary there. Volcanoes first innings 294. Harpy Eagles replied 169. The Volcanoes batting a second time with a lead of 125. 168 all out, setting a target for the Guyana Harpy Eagles 294 at the end of day 3, 35 without loss. Still 259 runs away from victory. Until tomorrow, my name is John Ramsing on behalf of Jason Skeet, Clyde John, Junior Murray, and also we had George passing through. Troy George. So on behalf of all of them and the technical team, goodbye for now until tomorrow.